6 years ago, 501 years, Sharon remembers that day clearly. Ethan, who came from Vallejo to Colombia for training, meets the imperial family. It was her first meeting with Ethan, and his smile confused her so much that she didn't understand what was happening to her. It was as if fate itself had brought them together. Ethan made a vow to Sharon. She was sure that this man was half of her soul, as if sent from heaven. But the unexpected happened. Ethan's half-brother, Prince Caleb, took advantage of his relative's absence and staged a rebellion, and he needed to temporarily return to his homeland in Vallejo. The girl didn't want to let him go alone, but the guy couldn't take her with him because it was very dangerous. Sharon loved him very much and was sure that separation would not affect her feelings in any way. Ethan promised to ascend the throne for her, become the ruler, and throw the most lavish reception when she decided to attend. The guy intended to ask her father for permission for their wedding, if only Sharon would wait for him. After saying goodbye to Ethan, the girl prayed every day in the temple for health and safety. Her prayers were filled with sincerity and warmth. After 2 years, news came that a new ruler of Vallejo had ascended the throne, and his name was Ethan Vallejo. The coronation of the young emperor took place. Sharon continued to pray for him every day. After another 2 months, she understood that now the guy was taking care of the whole state. But thoughts about him did not leave her head. The girl believed that she needed to be patient for the sake of the country, since she was the empress, in order to be worthy of the title of Ethan's wife. From today on, Sharon decided to study even more while Ethan was there, because the emperor's wife was obliged to know the culture and structure of the state as a whole. She wanted to surprise the emperor with her knowledge. Sharon overheard a conversation about a message coming from Vallejo, proposing an engagement. They were talking about Emperor Ethan's wedding, and the girl immediately thought they were talking about her. His Majesty, the Emperor of Colombia, also congratulates Vallejo and wishes happiness to the future imperial couple. After these words, Sharon began to suspect that something was wrong here. And then she heard that the bride was Duke Leo's daughter, Lady Sandra. Running to her chambers, Sharon burst into tears. The nanny tried to bring the princess to her senses, but tears flowed from her eyes. All she could say was that Ethan was marrying another. The nanny couldn't believe it. She tried to calm the girl down. Maybe she misunderstood, because everyone knows how long he courted Sharon. The princess lost all meaning in love. Her heart was broken, and Ethan turned out to be a traitor. Ethan decided to marry the daughter of the duke of his country, and surely not only Colombia, but the whole country knew about it. Sharon couldn't sleep. She sat on the windowsill, looked out the window, and thought that she probably prayed too much for his victory. But she should have prayed for his love for her. Suddenly, the nanny burst into the room and demanded that she get down from the windowsill, as it was very dangerous. The nanny brought an anonymous letter for the princess. It was from one of the ambassadors, who asked her to give it to her. Sharon's face immediately changed, and she screamed that it was a letter from Ethan. But was it really a farewell letter, or had the emperor changed his mind? The next morning, Sharon came to her father with a request to go to Vallejo. The father immediately understood the reason for such a desire. Although he considered Ethan a good young man, he thought that he was not suitable for his daughter. The man stood up and hugged his daughter, telling her not to think about becoming his concubine under any circumstances if he offered. The girl had no such thoughts, but she still had to go there. The father had to accept his daughter's stubbornness, but he had 2 conditions. First, that she step on his foot for what she had done, and second, that she appear there as a representative of the ambassadors. Sharon set out on her journey. The butler met the princess. He was a little confused, as he did not know that she would come in person, but the girl said that His Majesty was her friend, and he would be glad of such a visit. The butler agreed that the emperor would indeed be glad that someone had come to congratulate him personally, and escorted the ambassadors, led by the princess, to the palace. Sharon dreamed of coming to Vallejo, but she couldn't even imagine that everything would be like this. She didn't think that she would have to choose a gift for his bride and prepare for the wedding of her beloved man. The princess walked into the reception room, and Ethan jumped on her, saying that he missed her. After pushing the emperor away, Sharon gave him 5 minutes to explain how he dared to leave her. Ethan pretended that nothing terrible had happened, tried to calm the princess down, and asked her not to be so cruel. While he still had 4 minutes left, the guy exhaled and decided to tell everything. That during the uprising, his brother turned out to be stronger than he thought, and the strongest was Duke Leo, who was on his brother's side. The emperor needed the duke's help to stop Caleb, so he tried to lure him to his side. The duke agreed only on the condition that the emperor make his daughter Sandra his empress. Sharon stepped on the emperor's foot with all her might, turned around, and began to walk away, throwing after him that all people think first of all only about themselves, and he was no exception. But this did not mean that she was not angry with him, because the emperor could have informed her about the end of the war, but the princess only learned about it from the news of the wedding. Ethan stood there dejectedly, asking the princess not to speak like that, because he had not called her for that reason at all. The guy confessed his love to Sharon. The girl looked at him with a surprised look, as if she didn't understand what kind of love he was talking about. Ethan asked to wait only 5 years, since he still has not found all of Leo's supporters. He won, but is still worried. But during this time, he will be able to get rid of them and suppress the Duke's power. Sharon was furious, because during these 5 years, he would not only be with his wife, but also with a concubine. But the emperor promised that for all 5 years, he would be faithful only to her. The princess decided to confess that she also loved Ethan, but for these 5 years, he would be another woman's man. The girl asked to let her go, turned around, and headed towards the exit. The emperor shouted after her and asked her not to leave. Sharon was of the opinion that if he wanted, he should break up with Sandra now and not in 5 years. The commander approached the princess and asked if everything was okay with her. She replied that no, it was not okay, and then the guy was going to call the maid to help her. Before the commander had time to leave, he was informed that Sandra had arrived and wanted to see Sharon. The princess agreed to see Lady Sandra, since she had come to Vallejo as a representative of the ambassadors anyway. The emperor's bride entered her chambers, introduced herself, and bowed before Sharon. When the lady entered the chambers, the girl realized that she still hadn't changed her coat or her dirty shoes. Sandra, looking at the princess's appearance, giggled. The girls shook hands. Sandra's hand, unlike Sharon's, was soft and gentle. Looking at the bride, the princess wondered if Ethan really thought he wouldn't fall in love with this girl in 5 years. Sandra started the conversation first. She wanted to talk about Sharon and Ethan's conversation about 2 hours ago, and that's why she dared to come. Smiling sweetly, the girl continued. It seemed to her that her opinions with His Majesty and the princess differed, so she wanted to be honest. Sandra had no intention of divorcing His Majesty after 5 years. The princess pretended that she did not understand what the girl was talking about, and that she was not interested in their marital plans. The lady said that all this is not because she loves him, but there is only one reason. She does not want everything to be the way His Majesty wants. Sharon didn't understand how the girl heard everything, but in any case, it must have been terribly unpleasant for her to hear it. At first, what happened hit her pride, and Sandra even thought about breaking off the engagement a couple of times, but then decided not to do it. She decided that if she retreated voluntarily, she would not be able to hurt His Majesty. The princess was very sorry, but Sandra thanked her, because if it weren't for this incident, she would not have learned the whole truth about the emperor. Having finished the dialogue, the emperor's bride left, leaving Sharon with a small gift, her friend. The princess laughed, but her best friend really did help. As Sharon finished her next glass, she thought that Ethan wasn't the only one. There were many, many men. To forget him, she needed to meet someone handsome, with an incredibly beautiful face. In the morning, Sharon woke up with some unknown guy. Her head was splitting like crazy. It seemed like nothing terrible had happened. But the princess, who had arrived as an ambassador, got drunk with a stranger in the garden. The girl was unable to wake up the stranger. He smelled strongly of alcohol. Clutching her head, she rushed to run from the garden. Sharon couldn't remember who the guy was or what he was wearing. Could he be an aristocrat? If so, then they would probably meet at Ethan's wedding. She didn't remember anything and decided to pretend that nothing happened. But when she came to the wedding, the princess was still worried about the thought that she might meet a stranger. The guy sitting in the main part of the room seemed to resemble the stranger from the garden. Sharon wondered if he might be a member of the Vallejo imperial family. The commander leaned towards the princess and asked if she knew that guy, since he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. The girl became embarrassed. Perhaps she was right. The stranger saw a girl in the garden. She was sitting and drinking alcohol. For him, it was a shameful sight. Approaching her, he asked where she thought she was, that she dared to allow herself such a thing. But the girl didn't even flinch, which angered the stranger even more. He thought maybe he should put her to bed, but first he decided to ask what happened and who broke her heart. The princess seemed to not pay attention to him, but began to rave, talking about Ethan and her feelings for him. It was Prince Archie, although he was not the son of the Empress, and the guy was also known for his handsome appearance. But since the age of 15, he had not had a lover, and his disgusting character was to blame for everything. And of course, it was new to him that a woman was hanging on him. Archie wondered if she really liked him so much that she felt pain. But someone who was born a prince couldn't marry the first woman he met. He got it all wrong. He felt very sorry for the girl, and he didn't understand why exactly she liked him. Archie was upset that Sharon had abandoned him in the garden and run away, and now wouldn't even look him in the eye. He approached the princess from behind and said that it was better to stop looking away and that they should get to know each other better. The commander immediately appeared and asked to explain who he was. The guy introduced himself as Archie Smith, Prince of Vallejo. Sharon realized that she had gone crazy. Not only had she woken up with a member of the imperial family, but also with Ethan's brother. The girl realized that there was no point in pretending that nothing had happened, so she introduced herself as the Princess of Columbia, saying that she had come to the wedding as a representative of the embassy. The only thing that made her happy was that she didn't remember anything, and therefore didn't know anything. Sharon said that Vallejo was a lovely country, and Archie joked that the country was so warm that you wouldn't even freeze if you slept outside. The girl began to make stupid jokes, not understanding what she was saying. The princess hinted that it was time for the prince to take his place, as his brother would soon appear. Archie went to his place, throwing in his wake that they would continue their acquaintance later. The commander watched this scene with obvious displeasure and misunderstanding. He advised Sharon not to hide her true character in front of the man she likes, because she is so attractive when she is rude. Before becoming a commander, Gordon was a friend of the princess's older brother and has excellent swordsmanship and leadership skills despite his young age. But Sharon saw Gordon as nothing more than a mischievous friend of her older brother and did not understand what the daughters of aristocrats saw in him. The commander said that Archie was not particularly suitable for the princess, and she sincerely did not understand why he thought so, because the guy was such a handsome guy. Gordon saw right through such men. The guy clearly had a problematic character, and he believed that a man with such a temperament was not suitable for the princess. Sharon asked if the guy was referring to Ethan, who had just walked down the red carpet in his wedding suit. But no, the hint was not at all in relation to the emperor, but in relation to himself. The princess said that his joke was not funny and turned her attention to the emperor. The wedding ceremony took place. The lovers exchanged rings, made vows, and the time came for the first kiss. Sharon went to her room. She was angry. She had to clap throughout the wedding, hand over the gift, and finally attend the wedding. In a playful mood, the commander followed her into the room with a plate of donuts. The princess ate 12 donuts in the blink of an eye. Gordon stood with his mouth open. The girl was very angry. She wanted to return home as soon as possible. The commander supported her, since they had sat down for the obligatory part of the wedding. Sharon decided to leave tomorrow morning. She was going to say something to Ethan's face and then go straight home. The next morning, the emperor could not understand why the princess was doing this, but the girl had already decided everything for herself. Ethan persuaded her to wait for only 5 years. He hoped for her understanding, because Sharon was also from the royal family. She understood him, but it was about forgiveness and acceptance, which was unacceptable on her part. His Majesty did not stop insisting on his own. For him, 5 years was a short time to solve all the problems. The princess was angry. She was tired of this conversation, since she did not back down from her own. For her 5 years was a long time, during which the emperor would have more than one concubine and wife. The man who was Sharon's first love, the one who swore eternal love, promised and assured her. She knew that when he had to choose between the throne or love, it was wiser to choose the former, and perhaps Ethan would keep his promise because he was smart and could handle it. However, the princess asked His Majesty to put himself in her place, whether he would have waited while she accepted concubines and married other men. After a couple of minutes, Sharon told him not to answer that question, because she would ask it again in a little while, and then get an answer. A village on the border of Vallejo. Heading home, the princess thought about Ethan and his wife. Lady Sandra was the best, had been known for her good character since ancient times, had never been involved in scandals. Unlike her aristocratic peers, she had a reliable family. Archie lay in his room and thought about the princess and how he had asked her to meet again. He tried not to think about the fact that he liked her. After all, it was he who liked her, and not the other way around. The prince tried to reassure himself. Sharon was still reeling from the trip and the pain of her broken heart when some bad news arrived. Her elder brother refused to be the crown prince and instead chose to become a great sage. The girl couldn't believe that Fred would become the next crown prince. The princess's father forbade her to simply mention her older brother's name. First of all, the throne is inherited by the son of the empress, but there are many cases when after him, instead of the empress's daughter, the throne is occupied by the son of a concubine. And besides, Fred had a good reputation among the aristocrats. Sharon's mother suffered so much at that time, so the girl did not want this guy to become an emperor. Father declared that she, not Fred, would become the crown princess. All the aristocrats and the people placed their hopes on him, the son of the empress from a princely family. After Sharon's elder brother talked to the sage, the latter greatly admired him. Everyone knew about it. The sage called her a person suitable for the throne, sighing heavily, but almost no one knew about this. The princess decided that while her father was healthy, she had enough time for formal education. Fred was an idealist. He was always aiming for impossible things. Since only the elder brother was worthy of the throne, she never envied him. But now that things had turned out this way, the princess had to make up for lost time. During this time, she would have to be polite to the teachers and make a schedule, but she couldn't lose to Fred. 2 years later, Sharon received news of His Majesty's death. He was killed. They tried to prevent the princess from getting into the palace in order to save her life, since Fred had taken over the palace and would try to capture her. Mellows, the estate of Commander Gordon's father. The commander discovered that Fred had falsified His Majesty's will and was now forcing his supporters' parties to begin movements. Sharon decided that there was no time to waste. She needed to call together the feudal lords and high aristocrats and ask them to swear an oath of allegiance. The Guards division was under the princess's command because Gordon was on her side, and she had more soldiers to call upon. However, their father's body was now with them, so if a war started in the capital, they could lose the people's trust. At their estate, the Duke and Duchess talked about their obligation to help the crown princess win the throne. The Duchess was determined, but her husband was hesitant about whether to act now or wait until someone had won and then take his side. The woman was confident that the crown princess would not forget about them when they found themselves in a difficult situation. She gave her hesitant husband an argument why they should side with the crown princess, since it was a chance to make their son the empress's husband. The duke did not quite understand what his wife was talking about, and then the duchess gave an example of how Duke Leo, who had previously supported King Caleb, now without any hesitation went over to the side of the current ruler, Emperor Ethan, and thus made his daughter a princess. The duchess dreamed that her son Jacob, recognized as the most handsome man in Colombia, would become the empress's husband. The duke and duchess arrived at the commander's estate to visit the crown princess. Sharon racked her brains trying to lure him to her side, and he came himself, but she did not understand the duke's intentions. The duke brought his eldest son with him to introduce him to the princess, Jacob Mitchell, eldest son of the Duke of Mitchell. Sharon didn't think he came of his own free will, especially since she didn't usually see him, and they never crossed paths in the imperial palace. The duke smiled broadly and said that the princess and his son looked like a loving couple together, especially since their hair was a beautiful black color. If Jacob was not at all embarrassed by this, then Sharon was shocked by what she heard. The crown princess ordered merchants to be sent to spread rumors that Fred was trying to take the throne by force in her absence. Rumors spread at the speed of light, but people were confused. They did not know who was telling the truth and who was lying. 6 months later, the people's opinions on who would become the future ruler were divided, and 3 clashes occurred in the struggle between Sharon and Fred. A dispute broke out in the crown princess's military camp over the use of outside help. Sharon's plan was to pretend to be a weak ruler and gain support from neighboring states, and the plan was successful. The princess managed to capture Fred, who had made his way into the imperial palace. His mother fell on her knees before the princess and begged her to forgive her son, because he was the beautiful child of the late emperor and her brother. Fred, who had planned the rebellion, was sentenced to death, and his mother was imprisoned. All those who hid the emperor's corpse and those who betrayed Sharon were sentenced to death or demoted. The sage believed that the crown princess had the character of a natural ruler. Perhaps if she were to rule, much blood would be shed. However, only prosperity awaited Colombia. In the spring, the funeral of the former emperor took place, and Sharon Colombia became the 19th ruler of Colombia. Coronation Day. The princess decided to remind her nanny how 6 years ago she wanted to become the Empress of Vallejo. The nanny started crying. Sharon tried to calm her down because everything was fine, but the nanny imagined if the Empress had seen the princess that day. The girl assured the nanny that they would definitely go to the temple to see their mother and arrange exactly the same coronation so that she could see everything. Sharon was upset when her father fired her nanny after she became crown princess, but it was only because of this that the woman remained alive. She took the woman's hand and thanked her for always being there. Her Majesty was informed that her elder brother had arrived, and her face flushed. She rushed to him, asking if he really decided to see his cool little sister, but the guy remained silent in response. The brother came informally to talk and then was going to leave. Her brother John was interested in only one question: was it necessary to sentence Fred to death? John believed that shedding blood was not necessary at all, because in the early days of a reign, one had to show one's kindness, especially since they were of the same blood. But his sister disagreed, as she believed that her brother was only speaking like that because he had no opposition. Her situation was completely different when she was the crown princess. She was compared to Fred and other brothers and sisters. Several hundred aristocrats were against her and considered her better than others. It was better for the princess to see the blood of 1,000 enemies than the blood of 100 of her own people. John couldn't understand his sister, but now everything was resolved, and in the future she would also be able to cope with everything, unlike him. The elder brother hugged his sister with all the warmth and care. Her Majesty Sharon stood before her subjects and became empress. The Empress held the first meeting that same evening and determined how state affairs should be conducted and assigned people to positions. The people who supported her father, like Duke Mitchell, stayed with her, and there was no reason to fire most of them, as they were in the prime of their careers. The Empress was asked when she intended to get married. Sharon did not understand why there was such a rush. The coronation had just ended. It was necessary to lay the foundation at the beginning of the reign, so that it would be easier to conduct state affairs, because unlike previous emperors, who had a wife and many concubines with heirs, the Empress can have only one husband. Her Majesty could not understand why these people thought that she could not let in the concubines. Previous emperors and their wives were rushed to produce successors. This is why the issue of concubines was discussed very heatedly. Sharon said with a grin that she had thought carefully about their words and that the people were right, because the stability of the imperial family really did depend on good heirs. She understood that she needed to find a good husband as soon as possible, so she would first take care of finding concubines. Duke Mitchell even cried out that before her, empresses had ruled, and they all had one and only husband. Sharon did not back down. She turned to the Duke. Didn't he say that when the Empress is alone, it is necessary to take concubines in order to balance the power? Of course, according to rumors, the empresses had lovers, but never a harem. The fifth emperor, kind and immaculate, had 5 concubines. The 11th had all 6, on average. The ruler of Colombia had 15 concubines, but the empress did not consider herself worse than them and had at least 5 concubines. This meant that the chances of having the empress as a daughter-in-law increased. There was a heated discussion in the crowd that the son of Duke Mitchell was a contender for the role of the groom. But if that was the case, then anyone could try. The next day, there was a discussion about changing the tax system, and prices in the city rose abnormally. And yet, the prices were not comparable to what they were before the seizure of power. The battles took place only near the capital, so it was difficult to establish a balance without affecting the neighboring areas. Government affairs proved more difficult than Sharon had thought, and she was exhausted. She was brought to her senses by the person in charge of the harem, who asked to visit the Empress at that moment. He brought a document that the concubines had to sign. Her Majesty said that nothing more needed to be added. The only thing was that she wanted concubines from other countries. Sharon was pleased with the work done. It would have been even better if she had seen Ethan's face in person at that moment. The Empress asked her advisor if Duke Mitchell would bring his son to her as a concubine. The advisor believed that he would not go so far as to say that the Duke would not be able to force his son to do so until he wanted to do so himself. Jacob came to his father to inform him that he wished to become the Empress's concubine. The father was speechless, but when he came to his senses, he asked if Jacob knew who concubines were. He decided to tell his son that initially this system belonged to the state of the emirate. But later, after cultural exchange, it became widespread in other countries. At that time, they were called the ruler's lovers. But unlike a full-fledged lover chosen by the empress, concubines do their work without being interested in the feelings of the empress. Unlike the children of a lover, the children of a concubine will be considered the children of the empress, since the concubine lives in the harem and is one of the courtiers. The guy had no experience, but he grasped everything on the fly and believed that it would not be difficult for him to master it. Father couldn't believe that Jacob was telling the truth. For him, it was even worse than what he was worried about. The son handed the completed application to the harem, to the Duke. He was confident in his abilities and believed that less than a year would pass before the Empress would marry him. Jacob demanded that his father prepare everything necessary, but the Duke did not understand what his son was talking about and what exactly he needed. The guy needed a book with night techniques. A carriage was heading to the Empress's palace. The man sincerely did not understand why he was chosen as the main ambassador. Count Maurice remained neutral until the capture. The chief ambassador came to the palace of Emperor Ethan to express the empress's desire to select concubines for her. The ambassador tried to explain that Colombia had always been kind to Vallejo, and that it was not Vallejo that had sent concubines to the emperor 2 years ago. The lady wanted to get concubines from Vallejo, as she believed that this would bring their countries closer together. The empress delivered a message to Emperor Ethan. After reading the message, the emperor became angry. Sharon wrote that she felt bad when she thought about him, and asked him to select concubines for her, since the guy knew her taste. Archie was in his chambers, lying on the sofa, thinking out loud about the absurdity of the Empress of Colombia. For the past 3 years, the prince had shown an interest in Crown Princess Sharon, and now the butler was convinced of this again. But he did not understand why the prince spoke of her with such disdain. Archie thought that being a concubine instead of a husband was disgusting, and he was also sure that the empress sent people to ask for him to be sent away. The guy was too narcissistic and didn't understand how she could want to make the prince of a great state her concubine. The prince was going to talk to Ethan about the concubines the emperor was going to send to Colombia. His Majesty refused to send the concubines and sent the ambassadors back to Colombia. Archie burst into his brother's office to find out why he sent the ambassadors back. The prince was furious. Was his brother really going to fight with Colombia? The emperor himself had taken a concubine from there 2 or 3 years ago. The prince could not remember her name. The emperor was surprised that his brother did not remember the name of the girl who was his concubine. Ethan explained that he had no one to send there, since the prime minister's son was already married, and the emperor could not send the archduke's only son to another country. Archie began to slap his chest, hinting that he was a suitable candidate for concubine. The emperor forbade it, but the prince pretended not to hear it and continued to rejoice, because the empress herself had sent ambassadors for him. Archie explained to his brother that Sharon knew that they had no one else but him, and she had noticed him from the very beginning, which is why she sent the ambassadors. The boy had no doubts about himself. He was from Vallejo, and believed that he had to live up to his family name and become the empress's husband. Ethan ignored his brother's words and asked him to leave, as he had a lot of things to do right now. As soon as Archie had disappeared from his office, the emperor grabbed his head. He was at a loss. Was this really how Sharon had decided to take revenge on him? The empress, with a smile on her face, showed the commander a letter about concubines. There were even more candidates than the girl expected. Now Sharon was sticking to the image of an empress who believed in true love, but no one knew what would happen next, so for now she decided to make do with 5 concubines. When she saw Jacob Mitchell's statement, she was surprised, as she did not expect him to express a desire. The empress thought that his father forced him. Sharon ordered Jacob to be left behind, 1 concubine to be sent from Vallejo to be taken, and the other 3 to be selected by the advisor himself. The empress was informed that the ambassadors had returned from Vallejo and that the chief ambassador wished to meet with her. Count Maurice repeated Ethan's words about not being able to send the concubines and sent them back without allowing them to stay there for even a day. Sharon was furious. She grabbed a piece of paper and started writing something. In the letter, she wrote that if Ethan refused her ambassadors again, she would consider it a disdainful attitude towards Colombia. During these 3 years, the emperor did not write her a single letter, so he had no right to act as if there was something between them. After receiving the letter, Emperor Vallejo began to write back that he wrote letters to Sharon every week, and even sent gifts. Putting his pen down, Ethan wondered how such a bright person as the Empress could write such a poisonous letter. Then he realized that Sharon had always been rude. She just pretended to be nice around him. But one thing remained unclear. Who was hiding his letters and gifts then? Ethan didn't expect to melt the girl's heart with letters and gifts, but there was clearly someone who touched what was sent to the princess. The emperor did not know what to do. Believing that their diplomatic relations could not be damaged because of this, he sent Archie to Columbia's palace for a while, but warned him that he would bring him back at any convenient opportunity. Ethan hoped that if Archie and Sharon had a child, he would not be recognized as a member of the imperial family, since Archie was an unofficial concubine, which meant they could divorce at any time. Before leaving, the emperor instructed his brother that since he was going there for a while, he should not touch Sharon. Archie asked Ethan if he was really going to divorce Sandra, because even though they were not on good terms, it was better for them to live together in order to have Duke Leo's support. Sandra married Ethan for their political purposes, but still loved Caleb, whom the emperor killed. He didn't want to have a person next to him who could stab him in the back at any moment. They didn't even turn their backs to each other now. The brother understood his situation, but he was interested in what Ethan was going to do after the divorce and whether he had anyone in mind. But the emperor ignored his question. The emperor warned his brother not to dare fall in love with Sharon or take up any position there, because he would take him away after 6 months, no matter what the circumstances. Columbia, the empress met a concubine from Vallejo who was heading towards her. She couldn't believe her eyes. For her, this guy was just a companion, but not a concubine. Archie hugged Sharon and whispered that she was probably glad that he was hers now, but the girl shouldn't relax, since he was here because he was sent, and winning his heart would not be easy. The commander was clearly unhappy with the situation, and the empress expected Ethan to send someone of high status from the aristocracy, but not his younger brother. The treasurer and the prince went to inspect the castle and the prince's chambers. Entering one of the rooms, Archie immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. The room was too small for him, but before the treasurer could answer anything, the guy said that he would furnish his chambers himself as he saw fit. The main thing was to show them to him as soon as possible. The prince demanded to be shown the empress's chambers, so as not to cause her trouble. He was going to go there and wait for her. The duke gave Sharon a letter from Ethan. The emperor asked to deliver it when no one was around her. In the letter, he wrote that he sent her letters and gifts every week, and did not understand why she claimed otherwise. Sharon was confused. Even though Ethan had cheated on her, he certainly wouldn't lie about something like that, especially since they still hadn't found the one who killed the previous emperor, and now someone was hiding letters addressed to the empress. The empress began to discuss with the commander that someone was hiding letters and gifts from Vallejo, but none of them could guess who it could be. The girl was convinced that even if this was not connected with the murder of the emperor, it was still worth being on guard, since the theft of imperial things was a crime. Sharon wondered if the letter, delivered by the duke personally, had reached her. If the criminal was in Vallejo, then he was involved in sending the letters, and if in Colombia, then in receiving them. The empress should have been angry at Ethan for sending his younger brother as a concubine. But these letters made her forget about it for a while. She didn't think about breaking up with Ethan because she was busy, and soon she wouldn't even remember him in her free time, and she was still going through the breakup with him. Approaching her chambers, Sharon saw Archie there. Her surprise knew no bounds. When asked what he was doing there, the guy took out a bottle of wine and said that he wanted to drink it with Her Majesty, adding at the end that she gets drunk from him, and he from alcohol. Before the girl could answer, Archie said that he wanted to wait for the empress in her chambers, but the treasurer did not allow him to enter there without her permission, which is why he was waiting for her in the corridor. Sharon invited him to her chambers. After all, he was going to spend 6 months here, which meant they had something to discuss. The duke came running out of nowhere, almost knocking Archie off his feet. He had urgent news for the empress that required no delay. It was revealed that Prince Fred had been interfering in relations between the countries during the power struggle. Sharon was furious. She wanted to know immediately what kind of countries he was interfering in. The duke did not know this yet, but their neighbors supported them, and even Ethan sent the prince as a concubine for the empress, so it was unlikely that these were neighboring countries. Her Majesty was speechless. She was interested in the question of whether Fred used the monarch's seal, but as the duke said, the seal is always in the palace. The seal of the monarch is made in the form of the ruler's signature and has the strongest influence. If Fred had used the monarch's seal and tried to interfere in the foreign affairs of the state, then he had definitely forged documents and made deals. Sharon was sure that they would pay for it. The Duke confirmed that soon the countries with which this traitor had concluded treaties may demand fulfillment of obligations. Her Majesty reflected that their friends would not make such absurd demands, but only their enemies would cooperate with Fred. In order not to jump to conclusions, the Duke advised first finding out which countries he had signed agreements with and what their content was. At the end of the dialogue, the Duke plucked up the courage to ask when his son Jacob could arrive at the palace. Sharon planned to select all 5 and invite them to the palace together, and she gave temporary residence to Prince Archie, since he is a foreigner, but the harem was not yet officially opened. Looking at his son, Duke Mitchell thought that judging by his face, his son was no worse than Prince Archie. The father told his son the latest news regarding the arrival of the prince from Vallejo, and reported the main problem that the prince was as handsome as Jacob. The boy was very interested in this prince, and the fact that he had enough advantages, and decided that tomorrow he would go to the palace to personally look at him and find out what kind of person he was. Sharon reviewed the dossiers of candidates for the harem. Among them was Brian Lord, the second son of the Chancellor of Columbia. The Chancellor remained neutral during the power struggle, and therefore remained in his position. But in terms of influence, he lagged behind Duke Mitchell. Austin Angus was the successor to the chief merchant. Most likely the guy was counting on getting a rich bride who would financially help and support him. Carl was the commander of the mercenary troops and had the pseudonym of the King of Mercenaries. To the Empress, he seemed somehow strange. The last candidate seemed a little dubious to Sharon, and she simply decided not to take him. Jacob and Archie were world-class beauties. Brian's beauty lay in his tenderness and gentleness. Austin was supposed to charm everyone with his intellect. The Empress wondered if the beauty of what remained would be revealed in its wildness. Duke Mitchell was informed that his first dream had returned, and he was beside himself with joy, having been waiting for it with such impatience. Jacob was clearly not in a good mood, as Archie told him that Her Majesty had been unrequitedly in love with the prince for several years. The Duke was confused. He could not even imagine where they could have met, so that the Empress was still suffering from unrequited love. Archie also told Jacob that if he became a concubine, he would be just another flower decoration in his background. After which the Duke was beside himself with anger. Although Jacob was upset, he told his father not to worry, as he would kick the prince out as soon as he became the Empress's husband. After meeting Jacob, Archie was beside himself with anger about having to live under the same roof with him. The attendant tried to calm the prince down, saying that he had behaved very well because a month ago he would have attacked this guy with his fists. Archie demanded to tell the treasurer what had happened, and also to give him a room on the other side of the palace from Jacob. The prince lay down and began to dream that as soon as he became the Empress's husband, he would immediately throw this impudent ferret out into the street. Columbia, feudal estate, underground post office. A subordinate of the Empress found out that 321 letters were sent to her, but 125 of them were censored. Letters sent inappropriately or from other countries that did not bear the royal family seal were not checked. The letters that were not delivered to the Empress contained insults from Prince Fred's supporters, and the feudal lord could not show them to Her Majesty. Most of these letters were sent anonymously or using pseudonyms, but sometimes there were some brave souls who did not hide their names. Anonymous or not, the postal service searched for every sender. Sharon's subordinates demanded that he be provided with information about the anonymous letters and a document containing all 321 letters from the Empress. The commander's father approached him, wanting to talk to him. Feudal Lord of Columbia, Gordon's father, he was worried that the Empress would soon have concubines, and his son would have to be there all the time and watch it. But the problem was that he had been in love with Her Majesty for a long time. Gordon believed that love had many faces and thought that, for Sharon, he was not a man who gave joy, but a man who gave peace. He was convinced that while the concubines would wait for the Empress day and night, he would have the opportunity to be near and protect her. This was the face of his love. The commander came into Sharon's office and had information for her about the letters. The girl decided to be the first to show that she now had candidates for concubines. The documents did not contain Prince Archie's questionnaire, since she did not choose him, but she wanted to show the rest to him. The commander's eyes were wide open from the variety, but the Empress was worried about whether he saw a bad person among them. It seemed to her that men saw such people. Without waiting for an answer, the treasurer suggested that the concubines be allowed in after 10 days, since they had already arrived and were staying nearby. Sharon happily agreed. Her Majesty wondered how Ethan was feeling now and why he had decided to send his brother to her as a concubine. Gordon told her that the Emperor was probably furious now, and with these words, he pleased Her Majesty. Sharon suggested to the commander that they go out to dinner together when an employee burst into the office and said that Milena had been refusing to eat for several days and demanded to be called. Little Fred asked his father to go fishing together. Sharon couldn't understand why this boy called her father Dad. For her, he was only her dad. Fred was the son of the Emperor's concubine and demanded that the princess listen to him, since he was her older brother. The Empress could stand up for herself from childhood. A concubine came to the aid of her son. She accused Sharon of having a bad character, and in this, she was similar to her mother. The Empress came to the dungeon at the request of her father's concubine. It was hard for her to be there, as it reminded her of the past. The woman said that since childhood, the princess was a smart but bad child. Milena, father's concubine, and Fred's mother. Her Majesty cut the woman off, saying that she was not a princess, but an empress. Milena jumped up from her seat and shouted that for her, there were only 2 emperors, her husband and her son. Sharon remained calm and said she had become more generous. Previously, she would have been angry at the concubine for such words, but now she considered her a pathetic little human. Her Majesty asked why the woman wanted to see her. Milena still didn't know what happened to her son. Sharon didn't understand what was the best thing to do. Because the woman would spend the rest of her life here anyway, she could just lie to her and feed her false hopes. The Empress reported that Fred was dead. It was she who ordered his execution. The woman couldn't believe it. Sharon said Fred tried to kill her and take what was hers. Milena began to shout that if her son had become emperor, he would never have killed his sister. The Empress reminded him that Fred, who interfered in the foreign affairs of the state, would really have left an eyesore like her. The commander stood up for Sharon. The concubine did not stop screaming. She called him a traitor because he was a knight of the Emperor, and in the end, he helped kill his beloved son. Her Majesty asked the commander to leave the concubine. They still cannot kill her with a sword. Sharon turned around and started to leave. Milena shouted after her that she was an inhuman scum. The Empress didn't care if the woman died from her hunger strike. The concubine screamed that Sharon would be betrayed by the person she loved most, and that she had better be careful with those she trusted. The commander began to reassure the Empress that she should not take the woman's words seriously. Sharon might have considered her words a simple curse, but they had not yet caught the letter thief and the Emperor's killer. The girl offered to help Gordon sort out the book of letters. He would be very happy to work with her until the night. Her Majesty ordered increased surveillance over Milena and let these be guys in whom he has confidence. And Sharon also decided that they should go out tomorrow. The commander seemed upset because the Empress wanted to visit the future concubines, especially since, in his opinion, they knew practically nothing about the merchant Austin and the mercenary Carl. After meeting Milena, Sharon felt it would be better if they followed the concubines before she let them into the palace. After changing, Gordon and Sharon headed out for a walk through the streets of Columbia. The treasurer was furious that they could go out into the city streets at such a time. Just a month ago, the situation in the city was unstable due to the war and the struggle for the throne. But now everything was much better. The empress wanted to begin a meeting with the successor of the chief merchant, which is why the commander needed to take her to the Grandier Hotel. Hôtel Grandier. It was the most luxurious hotel in the capital of Colombia, so expensive that even aristocrats could not afford to stay there for long. Austin booked half of the hotel and stayed there with his companions. Seeing all this with her own eyes, Sharon understood what it meant to be the successor to the country's leading merchant. Her Majesty saw a magazine on the cover of which it was written that male concubines had appeared for the first time. Empress Sharon announced the creation of a harem. Sharon was so captivated by the magazine that she read it without distraction. Finally, her attention was drawn to Austin, who appeared. He looked like a man who was involved in something scary, something like drugs. As he walked down the stairs, the merchant's successor pushed the man and walked on without even apologizing. The man called out to him, but when he did not receive any reaction, he approached the guy and grabbed him by the collar. The empress observed this scene. She was interested in the behavior of the candidate for concubine in such a situation. Austin turned around and insulted the man with a smile on his face. A fight began to break out between them, and the knights came to Austin's aid. Grabbing the stranger by the collar of his clothes, he asked him if he had pretended to be drunk on purpose in order to cause a scandal in front of everyone. The knights began to separate them, assuring the chief merchant's son that they would take care of the drunken man. Austin was sure that the stranger pretended to be drunk on purpose, since he did not smell of alcohol. He started to choke the man, demanding that he confess who ordered him to push him. Sharon covered her face with a magazine so that no one would notice her, especially Austin. But the guy still noticed her, and coming up close, he said that he should probably stop if he didn't want to be arrested. The concubine told Sharon that hiding her face behind a newspaper or magazine was not very effective, and that next time she should hire good actors for all sorts of performances. The pretense was noticeable, although the knights pretended to intervene. Things did not go as the empress expected. She suggested to the commander to make Austin an official instead of a concubine. Sharon was in the tavern, waiting for the mercenary, but it had been very quiet for several hours. The waiter told her that it was true that the mercenary had been here, but after the first day no one had seen him. There were still people looking for him, but no one had ever met him in the tavern. The guy didn't leave his room, even to go to the toilet. His subordinates were worried that he might have died there. The waiter said his bag was full of beef jerky, but he still never went to the toilet and was acting weird. Her Majesty did not understand why she had to eat only dried beef while spending the night in a tavern, and even without leaving her room. The nanny asked Sharon what her first impressions of the concubines were, whether they were as they were, or whether they were greatly embellished in the portraits. The empress never saw one, but the portrait of the second deceived her. Austin looked like a portrait, but his aura was somehow wild. Sharon was worried about the chancellor's son. He was too gentle a boy, and also had a hard time communicating with strangers. He was very simple, and certainly other concubines could crush him. A few days later, the day of the harem's opening. Although the empress was supposed to hold a grand banquet, she allowed only close friends of the concubines to attend the opening. Austin arrived first, and Sharon ordered that those who followed his carriage be caught. The Dark Knights were here too, their formation like a sword. After them, Jacob and Brian arrived at the same time. The gates of the imperial court were closed. Banquet hall. 19th ruler of the Empire of Colombia, Her Majesty Sharon Valentine. The girl did not know whether the concubines would have something in mind or not, but most importantly, whether they would compete with each other. She decided to observe them first. The guy looked weak, as if he had quit immediately after becoming the king of mercenaries. Prince Archie was given the documents to sign once he had read them. They all talked about love, but Sharon knew that among these concubines there was no one who truly loved her. It was okay, she didn't intend to find love. She just brought them here to have fun, watching them compete, and thus attract the attention of the aristocrats and the people. The first condition of the contract was that they help her strengthen imperial power, and she gives them money or glory in return. The empress believed that, at least as long as the throne belonged to her, the concubines would not betray her. The treasurer announced that the banquet would begin from that moment. The chief merchant haggled even at the banquet, and the dark nights were the same as Sharon had seen them a few days ago. In the evening after dinner, the empress was getting ready for bed, and her nanny asked her if she liked the concubines and if she had a favorite. But the empress was right to worry about Brian. They were friends in childhood, and he was already a quiet boy. The nanny asked her to take care of him. Sharon promised to watch over him, even though they were not as close as they were in childhood. But otherwise the other concubines would crush him, and nothing would be left of the guy. The treasurer came to visit Her Majesty. She sincerely did not understand what he needed, but the man reminded that today was the first night. The concubines were waiting for her favor, so Sharon had to choose one of them. The girl wondered who she would like to spend her first night with. First, there was Brian. Although she was not attracted to him as a man, he had a very docile character, and she could have raised his authority by choosing him first. Sharon was also interested in Carl, because she had failed to talk to him. But to show respect for Duke Mitchell, she decided to go to Jacob first. Harem. The treasurer informed Her Majesty that they had placed Prince Archie's chambers as far away from Jacob's chambers as possible. Starting from the entrance to the harem, counterclockwise, are Jacob's chambers, then Austin's, Brian's, Archie's, and Carl's chambers. Sharon walked into Jacob's chambers, which confused her more than she thought it would. As the empress, she should have spoken first, but she didn't know where to start. He took and moved her hair, asking if she was worried. But without waiting for an answer, he said that she was worried too. Judging by his actions, Her Majesty did not notice that the concubine was worried. Jacob asked to listen to his heartbeat, and without expecting it, the empress leaned towards his heart. She didn't hear anything, and then the guy decided to unbutton his shirt. Having already placed her head on his chest with his hand, he asked if she could hear now. Vallejo. Ethan waited for news from his brother, but there was still none. The emperor suggested that if Sharon was taking out all her anger that had accumulated because of him on him, but his advisor put forward another version, that maybe, on the contrary, Archie was tormenting the empress. For a second, Ethan wondered what if Her Majesty and his brother's relationship improved, and they became truly close. But then he pushed those thoughts aside. Having calmed himself down, he decided that they had probably just finished saying the oaths, and the guys had been sent to the harem. Ethan's wife Sandra walked into his office. She came to report that she had heard that the emperor was preparing to divorce her and wanted to hear it from him personally. He said with a smile that she already knew everything, since her spy, whom she assigned to him, had been reporting everything to her for the past 3 years. The empress woke up in bed with Jacob. She was very ashamed, but she did not yet understand why exactly. The guy hugged her and asked if she would go swimming. Sharon jumped up from her seat and started screaming that all this was not necessary. Ethan appeared in her thoughts, that if it had been him, then she certainly would not have had such a reaction. Jacob asked if the empress would come to him again that night, but she said that she would be busy today. Her Majesty had no need of heirs until she had consolidated her power. When Sharon left, the guy's servant came into his room and joyfully said that what happened that night was expected, since the other concubines could not compare with him. 2 of them were commoners. The aristocrat moved like a sloth. The only thing is, Archie had a high status, but there was no need to deal with him. Prince Archie approached Jacob and told him not to be arrogant about having received Her Majesty's favor today. Let him look in the mirror and understand that she would quickly get tired of him with such a face. The boy remained silent, and his servant was outraged that the gentleman did not answer, since he was usually eloquent. But in this case, he allowed the prince to say such unforgivable things. The concubine silently pressed the guy against the wall and began to incinerate him with a malicious look. Jacob then asked the guy what he looked like from that angle. He looked stunningly gorgeous. The clerk was embarrassed. His heart was beating wildly. He really was beautiful up close. Jacob was so beautiful that the boy wanted to kiss him. Austin appeared out of nowhere. He was glad to have caught such a provocative scene. He did everything to make himself noticed. He said that he did not want to distract the guys and headed away. The servant began to apologize for not explaining anything to the concubine, and that now he would spread rumors about the master. Jacob was worried about something else. It turned out that he had nothing to do with the empress. She just fell asleep looking at him. The whole night, the guy just slept and hugged Sharon. He didn't understand why this happened, because he had studied and prepared so much. But Her Majesty just wanted to sleep and nothing more. The clerk realized that the lady had cruelly crumpled and thrown away Jacob's pride on the first day. He began to reassure his master that the empress was very tired because she was often busy with state affairs, and no matter who was with her, she would have fallen asleep anyway. The most important thing here was that she came to him first. The treasurer reminded Sharon that she was to send a gift to the concubine she chose first. It was a tradition. Her Majesty thought that they had spent the first night together, but it was not exactly the first night, and if she told the whole truth, only Jacob would suffer. She ordered the gift to be sent. At that moment, Sharon felt that the treasurer liked Jacob the most. Entering the library, the empress noticed Brian there, who was reading books alone. The girl asked him not to run away like before. The guy blushed and covered his face with a book, which greatly amused Her Majesty. Brian's character has not changed. Sharon has considered him cute since childhood. Taking him by the hand, she said that if someone made fun of him and he wanted to cry, he should come to her and not suffer alone. Brian didn't quite understand what Her Majesty was talking about. He asked Sharon why she was telling him this. Her Majesty wondered if he still liked her. But even if he didn't, when he looked at her with such a sad look, it was hard to lie. She decided to joke and said that sitting in a room all day was bad for your health, inviting him for a walk. Sharon's palace was big, very big. Austin's servant asked him why he was so calm and carefree, and why he was making fun of the other concubines. The guy was having fun. He thought he was there to have fun, not to die of boredom. The servant asked Austin to be more serious, as they were here to receive the favor of Her Majesty. The concubine agreed that every chance should be taken, but the empress had not yet come to him, so there was time to have some fun. Austin saw Sharon in the distance, and he and the servants began to watch them so that they would not be noticed. The man was surprised because next to Her Majesty was the Chancellor's son, who had not even raised his eyes at the banquet yesterday, so it seemed that he was the most pale of the concubines. It seemed like the guy was one of those naive little dogs, but it turned out that he was a cheeky cat. Austin came out and began to watch them openly. The employee watched the gentleman's reaction. When he saw him like this, he was afraid for his competitors. The concubine agreed. It was necessary to attract the empress's attention. He was calm because he thought Brian was the quietest cat of them all, but it turned out that's exactly the kind of cat Sharon likes. Austin decided to dress up first and then learn more about the empress's past to find out about her tastes. The concubine wanted to find out if Sharon had a first love, and if so, to find that person and find out what kind of guys she liked. The employee supported his idea, calling the gentleman prudent and the best. They went to think over the plan carefully. In his room, Archie looked at himself in the mirror. He was sure that tonight the empress would come to him. The guy thought that on the first night Sharon went to this lizard for political reasons, but she loves him. At this moment, the prince was informed that the empress had not entered the harem at all today. The girl worked in her office all night, deciding that she only had 3 hours of sleep left, and it was better to go to bed right now. These 3 hours flew by unnoticed. The nanny came to wake her up. While Sharon was getting ready, the maid entered the room. and announced that Mr. Jacob had come to visit her. The guy received a gift from her and came to find out why she sent him. Her Majesty was surprised. Didn't the butler tell him why she sent the gift? What rules Jacob knew, but that night she didn't choose him, and the gift then has no meaning. He felt he didn't deserve it and was going to get it back. Sharon said there was no need to return anything, because no matter how the night went, he was still her man. She just sent a gift to her man, and he is not the one she was with on the first night, but the one she slept with, holding hands. Jacob accepted her words and decided that then he too would give gifts to the Empress, and she would not be able to return them. The commander entered the room with a smile on his face. Sharon said that it was necessary to share one's joy so that it would multiply, so she was waiting for him to tell her. Gordon didn't want to tell what was very dear to him. The Empress called him a scoundrel and changed the subject, asking what was going on with the letters and when the commander would finish. She thought, despite the fact that Gordon was already busy, he was single-handedly investigating a case for which a bunch of people were usually hired, and so she decided to offer her help. The commander flattered her by saying that her smile would be enough. Sharon still insisted on help, so Gordon gave her the task of excluding secret and 2 personal letters, and adding to the rest who they were written from and for what purpose. Seeing the volume of work, Her Majesty sighed heavily. There were 300 letters, but this was nothing compared to what the commander was doing. Opening her drawer to check if there was anything left, she found Carl's questionnaire. Sharon didn't understand why there hadn't been any rumors circulating about the mercenary king being so handsome that everyone turned around when they passed him. During the vow ceremony, Her Majesty looked at him for a second and was already speechless. She was thinking about visiting him. Walking near the lake, the Empress remembered how she had fooled around here with Ethan before, and the butler had scolded them very harshly. Sharon was dejected, as it turned out that this whole relationship had no meaning. Her Majesty entered Charles's room and felt the warmth as he was going to greet her, since he had warmed up the room. The portrait of the King of Mercenaries did not convey even a little bit of his beauty. The concubine leaned towards the mistress's ear and said that he had been waiting for her, waiting very much. Sharon didn't know what to answer him and decided to just say hello. The guy looked questioningly at the Empress. His breath was very cold. She asked him if 2 days of waiting was really that long. But Carl replied that he had waited for her not 2 days, but much longer. The concubine leaned even closer and kissed the Empress on the collarbone. She was struck by his assertiveness. She pushed him away from her and demanded that he take his time. This guy looked like a wild wolf. It was as if nothing could stop him. He even bit her finger. Sharon was furious about this, but this did not frighten the king. He licked her fingers. Grabbing Her Majesty by the waist, Carl pushed her onto the bed. Sharon demanded that he get off her. When he got down, she drew a line between them and asked him not to break it, as she remembered that the line was drawn straight. Carl was confused. He hoped that they would not just sleep, but Sharon insisted otherwise. Sleep, and that's it. The next morning, the concubine reported that he did not dare touch Her Majesty. Sharon got dressed and was about to leave. The guy stopped her and began to tie her coat so that it would not fall off. The Empress noticed his long fingers, and Carl said that whatever he did with them, he did well. She remembered that the concubine had said that he had been waiting for her for a very long time, so she decided to ask how long he had known her. Carl said he knew her before she was born, and Sharon turned and walked away. She walked and thought, what a strange guy. He behaves strangely and does not answer her questions properly. But Carl was much hotter than Her Majesty thought. Prince Archie ran after Sharon and asked her to stop. He was angry, shouting that she was playing with his feelings, and if Sharon wanted to make him jealous, then she succeeded. The Empress froze. The prince, of course, was a smug fool, but so handsome. The guy was a real mystery to her. She would really like to look into his head at least once. Her Majesty ordered the treasurer to send gifts to Prince Archie and Charles. Otherwise, the prince is very offended. Sharon also asked to find out more about Karl's past. The treasurer promised to carefully check all the information and report to her. The empress was taking a bath when an employee ran in and reported that someone had left a mark on the palace of the deceased. The Palace of the Dead. On the surface, it is a simple village with cute houses, but under each building, there is a burial place for some imperial married couple. Some impudent fellow desecrated the tomb of the late emperor. It happened at 6 in the morning, when the guards were changing shifts, and no one appeared here for 7 minutes. None of the guards saw anything suspicious. Sharon was furious that this happened in less than 10 minutes, and no one noticed. She ordered the commander to find out whether the guards were involved in the incident. It was necessary to find the one who did this. It was a slap in the face to the imperial family and disrespect for the previous emperor. The empress asked the senior guard if he thought this had anything to do with the attack and murder of the previous emperor. The symbol was drawn in black paint. The senior guard had seen it somewhere, but couldn't remember. It was the mark of one of the assassin guilds, the mark of the Black Forest. This guild was known for leaving their mark after every mission they completed. Most likely they were the ones who killed the emperor, Sharon thought, although it was strange that they left a mark after so long. The empress came to the conclusion that anyone could have left it by repeating the design, since it was not complicated. The commander thought so too, and Her Majesty asked him if there had ever been a time when someone had forged the mark. This mark is used to show pride in the crime committed. The guild was very proud of themselves, and they did not like someone trying to take their name for themselves. So they warn that they will find the copycat and kill him, and then leave a mark on the corpse upside down. By snapping their fingers, Sharon told the guard that this is how they will catch the killer. He did not understand what exactly Her Majesty meant. Her plan was that they would secretly track them down and publicize the matter abroad. The commander and the senior guard stood in bewilderment. If it wasn't the Dark Forest that did this, then there will be a corpse somewhere with their mark reversed. They will want to say that it was not they who did it, and that they will find the criminal themselves. After these words, the guard understood the empress's plan. So, just in case, Sharon ordered increased security at the palace. If her father was killed by professional killers, then someone must have ordered the murder. Her Majesty's face sank, as the hired killers could not be broken by any torture, and it would be difficult if the Dark Forest really did it. Sharon remembered that she had an anonymous letter. The palace of the deceased is not located inside the imperial court, but is still located on its territory. The empress did not understand how it was possible to reach it unnoticed in 7 minutes and leave a mark and then disappear. Sharon opened the letter. Her face showed surprise, turning into laughter, and she handed the letter to the commander. The letter stated that the empress herself killed her father. Gordon said he wanted to see this madman's head chopped off because there was too much garbage in his head. Sharon laughed. She really liked the way he was thinking. She ordered the commander to conduct an investigation and find out if the letter was somehow connected to the mark left behind. The training ground of the imperial family. Sharon and Gordon decided to have a sword fight so that the empress would be a little distracted from what had happened and state affairs. For the first time in a long time, Her Majesty perked up, and again thanks to the commander, it seems the time has come to thank him. Gordon noticed that she wanted to say something, but fell silent. He asked if Sharon wanted to tell him something good, but the girl pretended not to understand what the commander was talking about. Austin noticed the empress walking with Gordon and bursting into laughter. The concubine wondered if his plan of seduction had not failed precisely because of the commander. The employee did not understand what was being discussed. Austin explained that Gordon was a friend of the empress's older brother, and the former emperor treated him very well. This made him a close friend to Sharon, and he is also an excellent swordsman. The servant realized that his master was jealous, but this was surprising because this feeling was unusual for him. Brian's advisor asked him if the empress didn't treat him the best, so he didn't understand why his master felt so depressed every day. Sharon was nice to Brian. but they had only met once in the library, so the guy wasn't sure. The empress gathered all the concubines to report that someone had thrown a stone at Brian, and that it had happened in the harem. The treasurer reported that the lackey and part-time bodyguard of the master said that he wanted to catch him, but was afraid that during this time his accomplices could attack the master, so he could not move from the spot. Sharon had no intention of telling them to live in peace, as she knew that was impossible, but she did demand that the concubines do so without bloodshed. She warned that if this happened again, and they couldn't find the culprit, then perhaps everyone would be punished. Austin began to discuss with his bodyguard that the rumors that the empress always followed the knights in her childhood were true, and that she might pull out a sword in the future if they quarreled. The servant had not yet found out who the empress's first love was. There was no exact information yet, but the enemy was definitely strong. After asking if her first love was the ruler of any country and receiving a positive answer, Austin immediately realized that she was talking about Ethan. Judging by the concubines, Sharon did not like the big age difference, and the face had to be beautiful. Austin suggested that if the emperor were not married, they would have been together for a long time. And since she opened a harem instead, their opponent was now busy with another lady. Now the question was to find out what Ethan's character was like. Previously, when the heir of the chief merchant went to Vallejo on business, the emperor was handsome and had a pleasant voice, and he did not seem like a harsh person. Noticing Prince Archie passing by, Austin decided that he would find out everything on his own. He decided to suck up to the prince, starting with the fact that they hadn't really talked to each other, and here was such a chance. The prince didn't understand what they wanted from him and what they could talk about. Austin asked him directly why he became the empress's concubine, since he could easily have become her husband, but became only a concubine. The guy didn't lose his composure and replied that Her Majesty had been unrequitedly in love with him before she became empress, and when she couldn't just get him, she came up with a cunning plan. The heir to the chief merchant realized that the prince clearly did not know about Her Majesty's relationship with his brother. And then Austin decided to change the subject to his older brother, but Archie didn't understand what his brother had to do with it. He asked to tell about his character, since their guild makes deals with many countries, and recently they directed their forces towards Vallejo. Archie immediately began to tell that Ethan was very selfish. If he wanted something or needed something, he would never miss it, and he was also a heavy smoker. Emperor Vallejo was in his office and thought that today he had not received a letter from his brother. Every day Ethan missed Sharon more and more. He remembered how they looked at the sky together, played staring games, and how he kissed her for the first time at that moment. His thoughts were interrupted by the chief secretary, who came to report that the results of the investigation that the emperor had requested had arrived. The mail addressed to Sharon had disappeared, most of it quietly mailed, half of it confiscated back in Vallejo. It was assumed that the one who stole the letters and gifts was Duke Leo. Even if he did not do it, then the Duke was definitely the one who ordered the theft and hiding of the Empress's things. This fact was confirmed by the people who lost their gifts. Duke Leo had been keeping an eye on Ethan from time to time, since he became the ruler and became much more influential, but he still did not recognize his daughter as the Empress. The Duke waited until Sandra gave birth to heirs in order to kill the Emperor immediately after that. Sandra became Ethan's wife for only one reason. She was the daughter of Duke Leo. The Emperor decided to expose everyone at once, but first he had to collect everything. He began writing Sharon a letter, saying that he had received a report and that some of the letters and gifts he had sent had been lost in Vallejo and some in Colombia, and he ended by warning the Empress that she too should prepare herself. Ethan ordered the chief secretary to deliver this letter personally into the hands of a person he could trust. In the morning, the Empress woke up in bed with Brian. While the guy was sleeping, she got ready, stroked his head, and headed out of the room. Prince Archie was waiting near her chambers. The girl was surprised by such guests in the morning. It turned out that he was waiting for her because she never visited him. Sharon laughed. The concubine was not at all like his brother. The Empress invited him to have breakfast together. At breakfast, Her Majesty asked the prince if he knew who might have thrown a stone at Brian. The concubine said that he was not interested in other people's affairs. Sharon laughed again. The guy was a fool, but interesting. Her Majesty warned that next time he too could become a victim. Isn't he afraid? Archie stated that he is not a wimp, and if he is attacked, he will defend himself. The prince asked Her Majesty about the results of the investigation regarding the black mark left on the emperor's tomb. Archie expressed his suspicions that the Black Forest may be the emperor's killers. When Sharon asked why he thought so, the prince said that in the past, his brother wanted to order a murder from them, but he was refused. Her Majesty was interested in this story, and even more so in the fact that Ethan wanted to kill someone. Dark Forest said that they did not want to be associated with the imperial family in any way. After Archie's words, Sharon thought that the criminals were definitely not a Dark Forest. But then why did the real criminal want to shift the blame onto them? After the unexpected information from Archie, the Empress thought that it was a good idea to ask those who might also know the external circumstances well. 10 minutes ago, Sharon called Austin and Carl to her, asking them if they heard about what happened in the palace of the deceased. They both knew about what was happening. Since one was a famous mercenary king and the other a merchant, Her Majesty was sure that they were somehow connected to these groups, for good or bad. Carl was once hired to protect a man who was their target. The king of mercenaries only completed half of the task. He found it difficult to tell the details, but half survived and half did not. Austin reported that the Dark Forest is known for the fact that if one of their people is killed, 100 of them will come out to take revenge. Sharon was interested in his words, because apparently the concubine knew them well. She asked if he had any connections. Austin smiled mysteriously and replied that the Dark Forest was an enterprise that he ran. The Empress angrily pulled out her sword, pointing it at the merchant, and angrily asked him, since when did merchants become murderers, or if her suspicions from their first meeting had been correct, and he was a drug dealer. The concubine, with a smile on his face, began to tell that this enterprise had collaborated with the former emperor, the one before last, and the one before that. Sharon didn't understand what that meant, but it meant that they weren't the ones who committed the murder. Usually, when someone abdicates the throne or writes a will, the chief of the Dark Forest is called to meet with the person who will receive the throne, and it is kept secret. For example, if you know exactly who the criminal is, but he was one step ahead of you and destroyed all the evidence, then the court will be useless. The Empress still didn't understand why the company was then called hired killers, but Austin explained that they were distracting society from their activities. They leave a mark after a murder on purpose, so that people are fixated on it. To prove that the guy was telling the truth, he asked Sharon to show her documents bearing the seals of previous rulers. The ruler's seal is created by infusing sacred power into it, so that it cannot be counterfeited. Her Majesty was concerned about why Austin had not simply approached her during the coronation, but had approached her in this way. It turned out that it was difficult for them to believe her, since the Empress was one of the suspects in the murder. Sharon wanted to know why she was suspected, so she asked Carl to leave the office and invited the commander. When Gordon entered the office, the Empress gave the go-ahead to report now. Austin was embarrassed, but the girl said that the commander was the person she trusted most of all. The concubine said that they suspected her of murdering the emperor, since the latter had ordered an investigation into his daughter. Her Majesty was amazed. She was eager to know what he wanted to know and why he asked to do it. The former emperor did not tell the group about the purpose of the investigation, but he probably wanted to find out everything before she became empress. After this, the former emperor was killed, and naturally they began to suspect Sharon. But then, why did Austin become a concubine? There were many ways, even if we exclude the coronation. Her Majesty assumed that it was an order from the chief merchant, But the boy denied it, since his father knew nothing about his relationship with the Dark Forest. Austin's family was connected with the Dark Forest, but the status of the head was transferred to him by another relative, although they swore allegiance. But the enterprise was not subordinate to the emperor, but had close cooperation. Sharon couldn't get her head around the fact that her father had ordered an investigation into her. This conversation shocked her. However, she believed that the son of a merchant, who was connected to the entire state, like a spider's web, would not lie. Her Majesty demanded that Austin take an oath of allegiance to her. The guy smiled, stood up, and left the office. Sharon laughed. Wasn't that amazing? But the commander didn't understand what she meant. We were talking about concubines. They came here together, and their characters were visible from their gait. It's so interesting. Calling Austin into her office again, the Empress demanded proof that the Dark Forest had not killed her father, since she could not believe everything the concubines said. Sharon said she suspected everyone, not just them, absolutely everyone. She handed Austin a letter, which said that it was she who killed her father, and the Empress was suspected of murder not only by the Dark Forest, but by someone else as well. After looking at the letter, the concubine said that it was not from their group. Someone clearly wanted to push the murder of the emperor, the mark on the tomb, and the accusation of the Empress of murder onto them. Austin did not know whom to suspect, since there were many enemies. Sharon was torn apart. Not only was she busy strengthening the state border, but she also fell into this trap. The concubine reminded that he was not the Empress's subordinate, but rather one of her men. As he left, Austin asked to be treated like a man. Sharon decided to take a break and went for a walk with the commander, asking him a question that he did not expect. She asked why he was still not married. The guy froze, but after a few seconds, he still answered that his first love was unsuccessful. Her Majesty wondered when Gordon had his first love, since he spends all his free time with her. It turned out that his first love was already married. But many aristocrats did not pay attention to this. But the commander was not like that. Sharon wished him to meet someone better. The guy sighed sadly and replied that there was no one better than her. Time passed, and the investigation slowed down. A dark forest, a mark on a tomb, an anonymous letter. These strange events and state affairs were so exhausting that the Empress got used to falling helplessly into bed at nightfall. Fortunately, the courtiers became calmer, and the atmosphere in the palace too. The treasurer came to inform Her Majesty of the news that the deputy commander of Emperor Ethan's knights had arrived. The emperor had ordered his younger brother to be guarded because he was concerned about his well-being. Sharon laughed that he had sent the knight so far for this, and it was still unknown how long he might stay here. The Empress asked the treasurer if he thought that Emperor Ethan had sent a knight to spy on them. The treasurer didn't like Ethan very much, but even he couldn't call the guy a spy. Hearing a noise in the corridor, Sharon and the commander went out to check what was going on. Archie and Brian's footmen were locked in a fight, with Brian himself sitting nearby. When asked what had happened, the Lord explained that it seemed the footman had gotten angry and said something that His Majesty Archie could not ignore. Travis, the knight from Vallejo, appeared out of nowhere and explained that the footman had come to the prince to sort things out. Allegedly, someone on the second floor had poured water on Brian. The footman said that with Archie's personality, Sharon would soon leave him, and that he was so violent because he was from Vallejo. And he also insulted him in every possible way, saying that people had a reason to think he was stupid. Sharon thought that once the concubines got to know each other properly, she would be able to let them sort things out on their own during quarrels. But the guys did not wage a secret fight, but openly waved their fists. The concubines were given a choice. Either they let them go and leave everything as it was, or they punished Archie for beating up Brian's footman and the footman for insulting the prince. Brian said they wanted to leave things as they were, and although Archie wasn't happy, he supported him. Gordon suggested that the two of them be assigned knights to be around and watch over them at all times. Sharon thought the idea was a good one, but it wasn't necessary. Her Majesty was on her way to see Archie to talk to him when she was stopped and informed that the murderer of the previous emperor had been apprehended. Archie walked into his room and fell face down into the pillow. Travis asked if the prince was okay. The prince quipped that a man who had just arrived could not know anything, but the knight was experienced and could understand everything just by looking into his eyes. If the Empress was in love with Archie, she would have sided with him, Travis said. The prince was outraged by such impudence. He believed that deep down, Sharon loved him. She just didn't know how to express her feelings. The knight didn't recognize the prince. Usually he was always full of confidence, but clearly not now. He decided to cheer him up by saying that His Majesty looked respectable. Emperor Ethan would definitely be proud of him. Archie waved his hand and changed the subject. He was interested in why Travis had come. The knight was surprised that the prince didn't know and explained why he was there. The concubine laughed. His brother sent him to guard someone weaker than himself. Archie still didn't believe that his brother had sent the knight to guard him, not to spy on him, but Travis was adamant. The prince thought, even if Ethan was worried about him, he would hardly send a man with excellent espionage skills just for protection. Underground dungeon. The interrogation was not carried out, in which case the Empress did not understand how they found out that this particular man was her father's killer. The guards began to exchange glances with each other, and one of them reported that the man had confessed himself. Sharon went down to the second floor of the basement, and in front of her sat the man who allegedly killed her father. When the Empress asked if he had killed her father, the man began to shout that he had done it. The stranger's body seemed strong, but Her Majesty did not think that he had done it. Neither his appearance nor his character suggested that he was a murderer. Sharon wondered if the real killer had blackmailed the man into confessing. But then the question arose as to what it was that made one so afraid to confess to the murder of the emperor. The Empress asked how he killed the emperor. The man replied that he did it with a dagger, which he stabbed straight into the heart. Since it was not reported how Sharon's father was killed, many assumed that he was simply poisoned, and judging by the fact that the man knows all the details, then he has at least some connection to the murder. After the invasion, the knights did not find any evidence. His Majesty was not interested in how the stranger managed to do this unnoticed, without getting confused. He replied that he simply crossed the fence and then hid from the eyes of people in the shadows. The alleged killer even knew how many people were in the palace, giving exact figures that there were 52 guards and 3 shifts at the main gate. Sharon asked how many people were inside when he sneaked into the bedroom. The man replied that there was no one there, and it was not a bedroom, but an office, and that was also the correct answer. The Empress said that the ruler's killers are tortured to such an extent that they themselves beg to be killed, and even after death, they are not left alone. In the best case, their families become slaves, and they serve far from rich families. They could even find a relative that the man does not know, or punish friends, or a loved one. The stranger was moved to talk by this information, and he shouted out that it was not he who killed the emperor, but the question of why he confessed to this remained unanswered. Sharon ordered the commander to tie the man's hands loosely and give him a chance to escape. The Empress was sure that he was not a real criminal, but he was certainly familiar with a real one, and it seemed to her that the stranger almost took the bait. After some time, Gordon reported that the criminal had escaped from prison. Her Majesty smiled. She knew it would happen. Her plan worked. If the man ran away as soon as he was given the chance, then he didn't confess because he wanted to die, and he's definitely not a real killer, Sharon thought. Her Majesty ordered that the stranger be pursued for now, and that he be caught only when he left the capital. The treasurer, who had worked for the Empress and her father for a long time, said that the late emperor always described his daughter in only one phrase, and it turned out to be true. The late emperor said that when Sharon wants something, she tries to get it by any means and means. He always said this with a face of pride for his daughter. At night, Her Majesty felt through her sleep the delicate and sweet aroma of perfume, which she would like to feel always. She suddenly came to her senses and woke up, not understanding where she smelled the aroma from, because she was sleeping alone today, without a concubine. The window, she left it open, looking down. Her Majesty thought that no one could have climbed up here, but what was it then? Was it really a dream? The Empress was informed that the criminal had been arrested again, and she, along with the guards and the commander, headed to the dungeon. Sharon asked the stranger why he confessed instead of the real killer. The man was clearly surprised that she understood everything. Her Majesty explained that firstly, he confessed himself, but as soon as the chance to escape arose, the man immediately took advantage of it. Secondly, he does not have the necessary skills to escape. And thirdly, the stranger is terrible at martial arts, unlike a real killer. The Emperor's real killer remained silent. Then the Empress offered to help him if he was blackmailed, but he still did not make a sound. As soon as the man was about to say something, there was a crash, and the room was covered in blood, and the stranger was dead. The commander covered Her Majesty with himself, but she was still covered in blood, like everything around her. She ordered to call the priest and not to touch the bodies until he appeared, just in case. The nannies froze in horror when they saw the appearance of Sharon and Gordon. They immediately prepared a bath. The commander told her to rest, and he would go for now. Sharon stopped him and told him to take a bath first. Her Majesty insisted that he go first. Although the commander refused, she handed him a towel. Before his death, the man managed to tell them to worship the Lord, and allegedly called Fred's name. Sharon couldn't get these words out of her head. For a moment she thought he was the killer and still alive. But that couldn't be because his throat had been cut. Fred managed to irritate the Empress even when he was dead. Gordon finished his bath and came out naked, which outraged Sharon. The guy didn't have a change of clothes with him, which she didn't even think about because of the rush. The girl laughed. She found it very funny that the commander was standing in her room completely naked, covering himself only with a towel. The next morning in the underground dungeon, Amelia, priestess. The priestess concluded that the heat was indeed cursed. Sharon thought curses had been banned for a long time, and sorcerers had been destroyed 500 years ago. Now everything had become even more confusing. Amelia said that the best way to get rid of a cursed body is to burn it, but a body with a strong curse can transfer bad energy to the ground or anything nearby as it decomposes. In this case, people who fall under the influence of this energy become weak and become infected with an unknown disease. In the worst case, the dead can be resurrected and become zombies. Although zombies had existed for generations and were now only briefly mentioned in history books, Sharon was concerned about whether their generation would be able to deal with them if something happened. The treasurer and the commander were worried that the body had not yet been burned, but the Empress decided to paint a portrait of this man, since he was connected with the Emperor's killer, and someone might recognize him. The priestess was a little confused, since exorcists had almost disappeared from the temples. It would be difficult to find a person who understood all this. Her Majesty ordered to gather everyone who could quickly and accurately draw a portrait and bring as much ice as possible to prevent the body from decomposing, and also to bring everyone who uses black magic. Amelia knew someone named Karen who might know something about this. Karen now lives in the Costa area. The treasurer whispered in the Empress's ear that the investigation she had ordered to begin was over, but the girl did not remember any investigation. The man spoke about investigating Karl's past. Apparently, there have never been any rumors about the mercenary king being in a relationship, but no one could know for sure whether Karl was meeting with someone secretly or not. In addition, since the guy is constantly on the move because of his activities, there are a lot of ridiculous rumors about him. It is difficult to understand where the truth is and where the lie is. The treasurer hinted that Sharon should look into the harem a little more often, since she was so looking forward to its opening. If Her Majesty does not pay special attention to the concubines and pamper them, then the aristocrats may again raise the issue of marriage. Brian's lackey was more worried about his future than the concubine himself. The guy was a noble, handsome man, but all the men here were luxurious, handsome men. It was necessary to somehow skillfully embellish his innate beauty so that it would attract attention. The footman pinned a brooch on the lord. Brian was at a loss as to what it was all for, but the man insisted that he go with her, since he could meet the empress at any moment. The servant was about to go to the city to buy cosmetics for the concubine. He asked him not to go anywhere except the library, so as not to get into trouble. Sharon entered the harem and was met by Carl and Jacob playing chess. The guys looked quite harmonious together. Carl wondered why the lady had come to him. Her Majesty laughed and said that she simply wanted to visit him and see how he was doing. Jacob was offended that the Empress did not even ask how he was doing, because she did not expect to see them together, planning to visit the concubines in turn, and Carl was first in line. Sharon decided to avoid the conversation and said that she had urgent business and had to go. The guys stood there in bewilderment, as she had just arrived and was already about to leave. Near the entrance to the harem, Gordon was waiting for Her Majesty. She hurried away, saying that she came to the harem at lunchtime, and she had nothing to do here at such a time. The commander smiled mysteriously. Everyone followed the Empress's orders. The artists were now working on the portrait. The investigators went to catch the remaining sorcerers, and Amelia went to Costa. The case of the Emperor's murder turned out to be difficult. Who could have thought that it would come down to sorcerers and curses? The treasurer was surprised that Sharon had already returned, although she had left for Mr. Carl half an hour ago. But the Empress could not admit that she had said only 2 words and left. The man said that if she didn't like these concubines, they could take 3 more. The treasurer was interrupted by the commander, who said that he thought the fake killer had mentioned Fred's name before he died. And shouldn't they investigate that? Sharon agreed with him, especially since it was worth checking the version that someone not connected with Fred might want to harm Her Majesty. Gordon took the initiative to investigate, but the Empress forbade him to interfere. The commander insisted, as it was a serious matter, and he could not entrust it to anyone else. But Sharon was adamant. Her Majesty believed that Gordon still slept little. She could not add more work to him. The guy led the knights, did business as a follower of Columbia, and at the same time, he was conducting a secret investigation related to the letters. Sharon wanted Austin to take on this investigation. The Empress decided to test in this way whether she could trust him. By inviting him into her room, she started from afar. The concubine immediately understood that she was not going to show him mercy. She gave him a folder with documents. The guy studied it and said that there was practically nothing there, but that was his task, to fill it out. Austin wondered if Sharon had called him not as a concubine, but as the chief of the Dark Forest. The Empress asked if he knew that the Emperor's killer had confessed and then died. The concubine nodded. He knew. She asked him to find out whether Fred's supporters really had anything to do with the Emperor's death, or whether they were simply mocking his death. Austin smiled maliciously and asked if Her Majesty knew how to tame a dog, that the owner is sometimes strict with it, but when it obeys, it receives food as a reward, not forgetting to praise it. The concubine was interested in what reward he would receive for the completed task. Sharon didn't even think about a reward, but Austin took care of that and asked for a hug if he succeeded. The Dark Forest chief already knew the Empress well, even when he didn't interact with her much, all thanks to rumors and objective information. But now he wanted to know the real her. While walking through the garden, Austin saw Brian holding a bird in his hands to help it fly. The son of the chief merchant thought about the Lord. He was the son of the chancellor, known for his good nature and strong shyness, although everyone in the world considered him a good fool. Austin couldn't tell if the guy was really that good, or if he was just a good actor. His expression made him doubt it, but either way he decided it wasn't his business. Aristocrats from small states, when they take up a new position, arrange lavish banquets and invite their friends and aristocrats who are nearby. It may seem like it's just a celebration, but in reality, the banquet is held to declare that he is now the master of the land. When a person becomes the ruler of a state, he is obliged to hold a banquet in honor of this event. The treasurer told the empress that she too should hold a banquet in honor of the coronation and should invite honored guests from other states, thereby strengthening her authority. There was one problem. Usually a banquet was organized by a couple of rulers. Organizing a banquet for one was quite problematic, since Sharon was busy with work and couldn't even cope with the harem. If you are going to hold a banquet, you need to prepare everything down to the smallest detail. These are not ordinary chores, especially since, when celebrating a coronation, the ruler invites foreign guests for the first time and is assessed by them. Sharon wondered who she could trust. Her mother was now serving in the temple, so she couldn't ask her. She wasn't on such good terms with her stepbrothers to trust her with such an event. And then she came up with the idea of asking one of the concubines to take care of this event. If tradition dictates that the banquet should be hosted by her husband, then it will probably be highly valued, no matter who the empress chooses. Looking at the commander, Sharon thought he was calm, wise, and reliable. It would be good to have at least one concubine like him. The treasurer suggested choosing Jacob. Her Majesty knew that he would vote for this candidate, but she decided to ask the concubines themselves and headed to the harem. In the harem, everyone was actively looking for something, and the instigator of the rising noise was none other than Prince Archie. Sharon sometimes felt like Ethan had sent him to get on her nerves. Sharon asked what this time, and why the prince was making noise again. Archie lost his amulet, which he brought with him from Vallejo. The thing was very expensive, since it was made by the high priest himself. The prince suspected Jacob of what had happened, but in his defense, the boy said that he saw another concubine leaving Archie's room. All three sat in the office and waited for the arrival of the one Jacob had named. Carl entered the room. Sharon immediately asked him if he had stolen Archie's amulet. The guy denied everything, saying that he had not gone into his room. Carl advised Jacob to use his eyes correctly and not to talk nonsense to the empress. Sharon was surprised, because not long ago the guys were friends and played chess. She asked them if anyone had evidence, but both concubines replied that they had no evidence. Her Majesty ordered the knights to search every room in the harem and find the amulet. Archie took Sharon's hand and whispered that he really liked that she took his side. Although it was not entirely true, she decided not to upset the guy. Jacob was stopped by Carl and asked why he lied, since he was leaving the prince's room, but he heard nothing in response. After hearing nothing in response, Jacob grabbed the mercenary king by the hand, but in response, the latter dodged, grabbed the concubine by the face, and said that for a partner for night walks, it is enough to be handsome and smile, so he should close his mouth and eyes, since he does not need it. Carl was clearly not himself. Through clenched teeth, he said that he was already enduring it and trying his best not to kill the concubines. Jacob decided to ask his father to investigate the mercenary king. The whole situation seemed murky to him. Sharon was under pressure. Time was passing, and she still had not chosen a companion for herself. The girl herself was not happy, since every time she went to the harem, some kind of showdown took place there. The Empress summoned Austin and Brian to her presence, deciding to inform them that it had been decided to hold a banquet in honor of the coronation, and she wanted them to lead it. Sharon believed that Austin was used to the high life, and Brian was used to the aristocracy, and they would get a good result if the guys acted together, so she hoped for them. Her Majesty thought that of the two, they were the ones who quarreled the least with the others, so everything should go well. The concubines sat down to discuss the banquet. Austin insisted that it was necessary to arrange a luxurious reception, but Brian had a different opinion, since he believed that the emperor's killer had not yet been caught and everything should be done modestly. The chief of the dark forest thought that 2 or 3 words would be enough to persuade the Lord, but the guy turned out to be quite stubborn. 5 days later, the decorations looked luxurious but modest, as they were all black. 2. The secretary responsible for organizing the banquet exhaled. With these guys, even choosing a few sheets of paper was difficult. 3. On the first day they argued and interrupted each other without any embarrassment, so they did not decide anything, and then they quarreled despite Laura's presence, so much so that Mr. Austen had to calm the Lord down. 4. The Empress was informed that a priest had arrived from coast, but the priestess remained there to replace him in affairs. 5. Sharon asked to tell everything the priest knew about the current situation and the outcome. In case the man was being disingenuous, she would understand everything. 6. The priest answered rather sharply, but as it was, he asked Her Majesty if she really didn't know that, 1,000 years ago, witches and sorcerers were executed en masse. 7. Many people relate these stories to events that happened half a century ago, although in fact, the records speak of events that happened 1,000 years ago. Few such cases were recorded, and most of them occurred in distant countries. 8. The priest noted that this had already happened 1,500 years ago, and perhaps sorcerers are reborn every 500 years. 9. Sharon was interested in how to get rid of them, but this could only be found out by turning to the chronicles. 10. The man knew only one person who performed exorcisms, and that was the high priest. Indeed, the very existence of the high priest is frightening to those who dwell in darkness. 11. There was one main problem. No one knew who he was and where he lived. The priest hid his identity. 12. Fortunately for the Empress, the priest knew where the chief priest was hiding, but if someone else went instead of him, he would refuse to meet. Sharon was so nervous that she couldn't sleep a wink, so she needed to talk to someone who could cheer her up. Entering Archie's room, she saw him in clay. The guy was making himself a face mask, which greatly amused the Empress. The prince ran to the bathroom, asking her not to leave, as he would wash himself in a moment and return. Sharon was glad to be here, but she still wasn't sure that Archie hadn't come from Vallejo as a spy. Even though he seemed stupid, it was worth remembering that he was still Ethan's brother, and maybe even his image. On the prince's bed, Sharon noticed a small teddy bear with a tag on it that said, Her Majesty. The prince returned from the bath, smiling widely, but did not notice anyone in the room. The Empress had run away, as she had urgent business. He was furious, not understanding what urgent business Sharon could have had in the middle of the night that she had to leave him. The servant could not say anything clear. The only thing he knew was that the commander of the knights had come for the Empress. The priest, who was heading to the main place, was killed 15 minutes after his carriage left the capital. The commander reported that there was no evidence. The coachman and the attendant were dead, and the identity of the killer had not been established. The letter that the Empress wrote to the high priest has disappeared. One thing was clear: the killer did not want Sharon to bring the high priest here. The treasurer was interested in whether the sorcerers had anything to do with the death of the late emperor. Sharon didn't know, because it was difficult to say if they had killed the emperor. They could have kept their presence a secret. There was no point in them giving themselves away. Her Majesty decided that it was necessary to bring the chief priest here. If their enemies wanted to interfere, then they needed to move more confidently towards their goal. The next day, a notice was posted on all the signboards of the country from the Empress that she invited the high priest to her coronation banquet, and she strongly recommended that the high priest accept the invitation. Invitations for the priest were posted all over the country, but the alleged sorcerers were still being sought. In the garden, Sharon saw Prince Archie and Brian fighting, and holding her head, she wondered if there was some kind of chaos again, and Archie was at the helm again. The girl stopped the fight and ordered Brian's footman to take him away immediately. Her Majesty was outraged that the guy was doing all this in front of everyone. He in turn began to justify himself by saying that the first Brian started it all. The empress lost her temper and started shouting at the concubine that if he couldn't use his tongue instead of his fists, he should leave. She needed concubines, not bludgeons. And she didn't need a fool like Archie. Sharon ordered him to quickly pack his things and return to his homeland. The prince began to pack his things. Despite the servants' entreaties to stay, he decided for himself that he did not need a man who threw around such words. Archie stood his ground, packing his things, thinking that the empress would regret her words and would think about what she said in the future, and that he would forgive her only if she sent 5 ambassadors with apologies. Travis began to persuade the prince, arguing that he was not a simple concubine, but had come here to strengthen relations between the two countries. And if he left, he would put Vallejo in an awkward position. The commander began to stand up for Archie. He believed that Her Majesty should not have said such a thing to Archie, but Sharon said that sometimes you should say something sharply, which will benefit the prince, especially since it was not the first time she had seen him hit someone. The empress decided to visit Austin. The concubine was surprised that Sharon came to him at such a time in the middle of the day. His room looked like it was inhabited not by a concubine, but by a mad scientist. The guy explained that the books were related to trade, since he did not know whether he would continue to be the heir to his father's business. But he still needed to look for new information somewhere. Sharon came to see if Austin had fulfilled her request regarding Prince Fred. At the moment, he had not been able to find even one reason why Fred could have killed the late emperor. He wanted to quickly finish the investigation and hand over the case, but for now, it was still too early. Sharon was sure that the concubine had seen things when he worked with the Dark Forest. Now she was worried about the question of whether he knew anything about sorcerers. But Austin only had the same information as she did, or so he wanted people to think. The empress began to leave, but the concubine stopped her and asked about the incident with Archie. Did she really do that to him? Sharon confirmed that it was true. After that incident, Mr. Archie cried all night in the garden, and that's how everyone found out that Her Majesty had abandoned him. Austin stood up for the guy, believing that the prince should not have hit Mr. Bryan. But he could also be understood, since the loss of the amulet and all this, so much had fallen on Archie lately. He simply lost his temper. Sharon would have understood if Bryan had said it, but it was rather unusual to hear it from Austin. The guy was not one to easily stand up for others. The servant of the merchant's heir was outraged. Now among the concubines, there were 2 people with whom Her Majesty did not remain, and the guy was one of them. Austin's impudence and mischief were his specialty, and when he started acting kind, it suggested he was up to something, the advisor said. The concubine thought the guy was a good guy, but if you piss him off, he wouldn't shut up, which was already getting on Austin's nerves. The master asked him to calm down, as he had 2 reasons for helping Prince Archie. The first was that by getting closer to the prince, he could learn more information about Emperor Ethan. And the second reason was because Bryan was not as simple as he seemed. The Dark Forest chief was convinced that the Lord was feeding his snake nature to create the image he wanted. He always needed a rival to make him look better. When Bryan gets rid of the prince, he will switch to him. Since he knows his true nature, therefore he should help Archie, Austin concluded. The advisor said that the gentleman was simply a genius, and cool as always. But he was a fool. He was afraid that he would become a good guy. Sharon couldn't get Austin's words about Archie out of her head. She was so busy killing the priest that she completely forgot about him. She felt very ashamed and decided to visit the prince. The empress stood near his room, but the concubine did not even think of coming out. The advisor decided that perhaps the guy had fallen asleep. Archie stood at the back of the room, eavesdropping, while in the background, a footman shouted at him to open the door, because if he delayed any longer, Her Majesty would simply up and leave. The prince was in his thoughts. He was thinking that Her Majesty had worn out his soul, so he too would show her that he was not such a simple man. The concubine heard the commander approach Sharon and tell her that he had important news for her. Archie opened the doors. asking if the Empress was going to leave him again. He threw himself into her arms, begging her not to leave. Sharon said that she had important things to do and needed to go. But the sooner she left, the sooner she would return. The prince pressed himself against her and sobbed, pretending to cry. Having let her go, he set her a condition that he would wait in 30 minutes. But the Empress said that she would come in an hour. Let him wait for her. A letter came from the high priest from the temple, which meant that he could be contacted. The high priest wrote that he had heard about what had happened to Karen, and that Her Majesty knew him, although he did not know the circumstances. But he believed that this was not an ordinary case of the expiration of a person's lifespan. The Supreme promised to appear at the banquet, but this must remain a secret, since he does not want to reveal his identity, and even at the banquet itself, he will show himself only when he is sure that it is safe to be near Her Majesty. Gordon thought that the priest was afraid, but in any case, they had to be prepared for the unexpected. Moreover, the man probably did not know how to fight. Sharon ordered that security be doubled, so that there were no blind spots. Absolutely every area had to be guarded. While she was giving instructions, time flew by so quickly. Archie was waiting for the Empress in his room. Entering the prince's room, the girl found him sitting in the Buddha pose and chewing something that looked like a precious stone. Leaning closer to him, she saw that it was a candy. Sharon asked what kind of candy it was that he was chewing with such a look. The concubine grabbed her hand and pulled her towards himself, throwing her onto the bed. The guy replied that it was a candy with the taste of the sea. Archie suggested that the Empress try the taste of the candy herself if she was so interested. Sharon agreed. Her Majesty asked the commander if he had ever been to sea. Gordon replied that yes, he had, but Sharon had not been able to go to sea, and she had never really wanted to. The guy suggested that she go to the sea with him someday. She agreed, since she was still interested. Over a glass of wine, Sharon wondered how they had raised Ethan and Archie, who were brothers but so different. Gordon smiled and said that the Empress was not similar to Fred, although he was her half-brother, but she was also not at all similar to her real brother. Sharon laughed and asked the commander a provocative question, whether she was better than her brother. The guy fell silent, choosing between friendship and loyalty. Gordon never gave a full answer, but he said that he had always been on Sharon's side because he was born to do so. Brian and Austin watched this scene from above. The chief of the Dark Forest joked, saying that the good man looked scary, but the Lord's answer was not long in coming. The guy said that any man would look like that if he saw how the woman he was in love with got along so well with another man. A few days later, the day of the coronation celebration. After many events, the coronation celebration was successfully prepared. The Empress drank a cup of coffee on her balcony and watched the guests arrive. Among them was a country that cooperated with Fred, but Sharon did not know what kind of country it was. Her Majesty ordered that security be ensured so that the high priest could approach her with confidence and that there should be no incidents today. The commander warned that the high priest was to come, but another person could come disguised as him. The man who killed the old man may have committed the murder and then accidentally found the letter, but he could also have attacked the Empress if he knew where the letter was in the first place. Given the suspicious damage to the imperial tomb, it can be assumed that there was an enemy on the other side. Sharon had foreseen what was bothering Gordon, and she had a way to test it. She approached him and said that she had a secret that only he would know. Finally, the banquet began in the evening. Numerous gifts and congratulations from high-ranking guests poured in from all over. After listening to everyone, Sharon decided that it was time to find the high priest. But an advisor approached her and said that she needed to choose a concubine for the first dance. She invited Jacob to dance, because one way or another, his family contributed to her ascension to the throne. And because of the harem, he became a laughing stock, so Her Majesty had to save him at least this way. During the dance, the concubine confessed that the Empress's indifference was crushing his heart. Jacob said that he had been waiting and was always waiting for her, But Sharon broke the romantic note in his words with her question of whom exactly he was waiting for, her or the Empress. The Empress believed that there was more desire in the lips of a devotee than in lips whispering of love. The concubine said that her words could be trusted. The concubines, left without a pair, began to dance with each other. The Empress could not understand what was happening. Sharon overheard a conversation discussing the high priest, or rather the fact that he had not yet been caught. She couldn't understand who was talking about this so frivolously. The man saw the Empress and began to bow to her, flattering her in the eyes that he was glad to see her. But in his thoughts, he was thinking about what she was doing here. He caught her gaze on him, asked if Her Majesty wanted to ask him about anything. He received a negative answer. The man left. Sharon wondered if he was clearly aiming for the high priest. Was there really someone here who wanted to harm him? The Empress decided to follow him, since the gentleman was clearly worried about something and was looking out for someone. Through the window, Her Majesty saw how the high priest was surrounded. Among them was a knight of the palace. It turns out the problem was inside. Bursting into the circle, with a smile on her face, Sharon said that they had nothing to worry about, because the choice was hers, kill or catch. The man scattered the attackers without any effort. The Empress was in complete shock. The man looked like a secret guard, and not like a high priest. He bowed before her and thanked her for saving his life. Her Majesty was about to put the attackers in prison, but the man stopped her, saying that his identity could not be identified. The man looked like he was the king of mercenaries, which Sharon asked him directly about. He confessed that he was the high priest. The Empress thought that the high priest would look like an angel from a famous book. Perhaps because of God's love, his muscles were so swollen. The man suggested simply erasing the attacker's memories. He grabbed one of the attackers by the throat, trying to strangle him. Sharon tried to stop him, explaining that killing was not the answer, and she had to find out why they attacked. The guards arrived. The Empress ordered that these bastards be sent to prison, without the right of visitation, and that she make sure that no one entered or left the prison. As for the high priest's face, it was clearly not what Sharon had imagined. The Empress asked to prove that the man was indeed the high priest. He touched the wound on her leg, and the wound healed in a second. Her Majesty began with the main thing, that before the visit of the old priest, a man suddenly appeared, declaring that it was he who killed the emperor, trying to name the real name of the criminal. He suddenly spat out blood. The man died, uttering only a phrase for them to worship the Lord. And the next day the priest, under a curse, confirmed these words. After that, the Empress saw that the priest was killed, the high priest was attacked, and the group using the curse seemed to no longer want to remain silent. The high priest did not know how to help, since he had no idea how to drive out this evil spirit. Sharon wondered if one day the group killed a cursed man in the square, or something like that. Something like an undead attack, or scavenger attack, or something like that would happen. The high priest suggested that the great sage might know how to deal with this. He really didn't know how to drive out this evil spirit, but he could suppress the black magic with his very existence. The high priest asked the Empress to take him to the harem. Returning to the palace, Sharon was met by the commander, who was worried that she had disappeared somewhere. She reassured him by saying that she had decided to get some fresh air and take a little walk. Brian approached the Empress with a glass of wine and offered it to her as she looked exhausted. The guy decided to be a little bolder and invited Sharon to dance with him. An hour ago, the high priest asked Her Majesty to make him a concubine. He was pursued by many people, but when the high priest saw the Empress, he thought that she could protect him. Sharon thought about attracting a handsome man with a strong body and such an outstanding appearance as a concubine. He was perfect for a harem. She planned to make a public proposal to join the harem, so the man just had to agree, but there was one catch. Sharon can't really fall in love with him and show it, so he has to stand out enough to be noticed. Previously, the high priest was unsure, as he always hid. But now he promised to do everything possible to be noticed. Sharon's face was flushed with embarrassment. The high priest decided to win her heart with his dance. And besides the empress, everyone around him was impressed by the man's inability to dance, but his enormous self-confidence. Everyone present at the banquet whispered among themselves. They were amazed by the guy's courage and the way he allowed himself to behave in front of the empress. Brian tried to distract Her Majesty with conversation, but she paid no attention to him, not taking her eyes off the priest. When the guy finished his performance, Sharon rushed towards him, admiring this strong man and his dance. The Empress publicly stated that the stranger had broken the lock on her heart and entered it. Duke Mitchell was furious at Her Majesty's carelessness. Austin began to make fun of Brian, thereby infuriating him. Then the concubine turned to the king of mercenaries, but there was no face on him. The guy said that he felt bad and left the banquet. Austin stood there confused. Either this was how the new rival affected him, or something really happened. Her Majesty was informed that Charles was not feeling well, and therefore left the banquet. She came to visit him and find out what was the matter. Sharon walked into his room. The guy was sitting on his bed. His face was paler than usual. The guy admitted that he was not sick, but did it out of jealousy. Night dungeon. The treasurer and the commander were going to escort the empress, but Sharon declared that she would go alone, and her order was not to be discussed. After waking up the prisoner, she said with a smile on her face, before they started talking, she would like to make an offer to confess on her own, since she is still a merciful empress. Sharon asked the next question. Why did the prisoner hit her man at the party? If anyone has an excuse, then she can let them go. None of the detainees opened their mouths. During interrogation, it was assumed that the answers given later were closest to the truth. Her Majesty promised to take into account the criminal she catches next time. So it turns out that 9 out of 10 do open their mouths. Coming out of the dungeon, the commander ran up to the empress and began to wipe the blood from her cheek. The girl calmed him down, saying that it was not her blood. The group split up, and she managed to find out that her brother Fred was still alive. The connection was broken. It seems the high priest noticed the balls that were placed in the heads of the group members and broke them. The guy was worried about whether the meeting with the empress had taken place. The masked man asked if the gentleman was pleased, but he had no reason to be displeased because his brother did everything so cleverly. If he could hurt so easily, then even this guy's touch would probably be painful for Fred. Sharon couldn't understand what the reason was, because this time she definitely heard the truth. One of the captives asked if the empress knew about the fox, but it was the first time she had heard this name or title. Fred, who was executed, is actually alive, and with the help of Fox, who is his sage, he does all the work. As long as Fred had these beads, he could know the location of the high priest. After Fox put them on the high priest, they began to emit something strange. Sharon remembered that when the high priest was nearby, her head hurt so much that she could not even say anything. But what kind of beads were these? This question tormented the empress. Her head was filled with thoughts about Fred, about him being alive, about whether he had used black magic or whether he had been a sorcerer from the very beginning. If Her Majesty's half-brother could use his ability to read the truth at will, he would immediately know who was loyal and who was a traitor. To begin with, Sharon decided to contact her brother and ask him to meet with her and the great sage, because if he is a great sage, then he can definitely know something. The next day, everyone was heatedly discussing the Empress's new concubine. The Empress's advisor escorted the high priest to his room. The guy was delighted with his new room, which could not be said about his servant. First, his master had to pretend to be a casino dealer. Now he was in the role of a concubine, and then the unknown awaited them. High Priest Jared decided to stay in the shadows to avoid enemies, and the Empress had strong arms and a powerful sword. Besides, she possessed the greatest power in the world, so that was quite enough to protect him. The treasurer entered the room to inform Jared that Her Majesty was waiting in her room that evening, for his dance had been sincere, but the people were in earnest. Although the high priest pretended to be a concubine, In order to hide, he had no intention of actually being one. Entering Jared's room, Sharon saw the following picture. The guy, covered with one blanket, was lying on his bed completely naked. She wrapped him in a blanket and demanded that he get dressed immediately. The guy seemed to have forgotten what he had said earlier. He looked dissatisfied with the fact that he had been refused. The Empress reminded him that he was not a real concubine. Her Majesty quickly changed the subject. She came here for something else. To find out if the High Priest had subordinates that he could control undercover. Sharon was concerned about subordinates who could do less than clean work without any objections, and even if they were caught, they could take care of everything themselves during interrogation. Jared told about the existence of an organization consisting of first-class warriors called the HAREM 100. The Empress thought, it seems she heard this name somewhere. This organization would do whatever the High Priest said, but that was probably not exactly what the Empress wanted. They were more like an influential escort group. The Hwarangs respected the guy due to him being the High Priest. Sharon wasn't interested in respect, only in unconditional loyalty. She also wanted to know if various abilities had started to appear and disappear, and if Jared knew anything about it. The guy had never heard of such a thing, and the Empress was a little disappointed, since her new acquaintance did not help in any way. Sharon decided to find out everything on her own. The first person she wanted to talk to was Jacob. His expression didn't change, and his voice was cold and reserved. This guy could be the perfect person to spy on. After some time spent in complete silence, Her Majesty stood up and was about to leave when the concubine stopped her and asked her to stay, but Sharon left anyway. Jacob looked upset after this situation. Next in line was Austin. The guy was smiling widely as usual, but there was some mystery hidden in this smile. He approached the Empress, hugged her, kissed her on the head, saying that he was starved for love. The Empress stroked his shirt as it unbuttoned, and before her eyes stood a man with a gorgeous figure. Austin felt embarrassed, his face turning red as Sharon stared at him so intently, his heart starting to pound. Changing the subject, the concubine asked why the Empress had actually come here, whether she really wanted to ask him about something. The girl said with displeasure that no, she was just passing by, and began to leave. Entering the prince's room, Sharon saw a picture of him, the knight and the footman throwing a party and dancing. Archie said that he had long wanted to learn to play musical instruments, and now the time had come, in which case Her Majesty decided not to interfere with him. The prince ran after Sharon, stopping her. When asked what he wanted, Archie stood and looked at her. Her Majesty felt the beating of his heart. She invited him to take a walk together. The concubine was beside himself with happiness because of such an offer. After seeing a report of a conflict between a palace official of the Western estate and the Lord's son-in-law, the Empress began to suspect the treasurer of being the spy, but it was not that simple. Sharon was informed that the Holy Father and His Highness Prince John had arrived. The Empress was very happy to see her elder brother, and at that moment she threw herself into his arms. After treating the guests to dinner, Her Majesty began by saying that the reason she wanted to see the Holy Father this time was connected with something serious. She needed to know if the man knew anything about exorcism. Recently, strange things have been happening in the imperial palace. Someone left a trace of black magic at the imperial tomb. After some time, the man who confessed to the attack and murder was cursed and died suddenly. From what the Empress heard from the priest, it could be said that the curse was a field of black magic, so if the cursed corpse decomposed, it could give birth to unclean creatures. That was why precautions were taken, as Her Majesty did not want the corpse to awaken the dead here, but so far no progress had been made. The Holy Father also studied such phenomena, but all these wars or epidemics of serious diseases in the past, they all turned into legends that were simply passed from mouth to mouth. The man managed to find out that every 500 years, black magicians are reborn, and when they are reborn, in addition to them, unholy creepy creatures are resurrected. These terrible creatures, they ate the dead themselves. There were also vampires who drank the blood of living people. The dead usually did not wake up in the infected territory, but nevertheless, they were dangerous due to their numbers and ability to infect others. Those who ate the dead and vampires were not infectious. There were few of them, but they hid well, pretending to be people. Black magicians were people, but by uniting with creatures, they increased their powers, and the accumulation of all these powers is the Lord who controls them. Sharon knew little about the Lord, but she did know that it had something to do with the 500-year cycle of rebirth and the false emperor she had spoken of earlier. The Empress confessed to her brother that when Fred was dying, he called for the Lord, and at her coronation, a group of mercenaries suddenly appeared, who said during interrogation that they came on Fred's orders. The Holy Father concluded that if His Majesty the Prince was alive and this Lord existed, then sooner or later they would have to be found and killed. There was no other option, because if the flash of the dead appeared before they found Fred, then trouble could not be avoided. As far as the man knew, vampires and corpse-eaters were inactive in daylight. The Holy Father promised to find out more and to use all his skills to find out the whereabouts of His Highness, Prince Fred, and to find out if there were other ways of exorcism or methods of exorcism. The Empress had a brilliant idea. When another person is excited or weakened, or when he has something he strongly desires, this is undoubtedly the best moment for revelations. Sharon ordered the commander to assemble the first guard immediately. The reason that the palace was attacked without anyone noticing was the irresponsibility of the guards, and Her Majesty decided to punish them. She ordered to run 50 laps around the parade ground. The wet, sweaty, and exhausted guards stood before Her Majesty. The girl said that in fact, this punishment was not given to them for attacking the palace. In fact, there was a spy among the knights, and Sharon did not notice him. The men began to look at each other and whisper that this could not be. Sharon was convinced that he couldn't do it all alone. Someone was behind it all. She hoped that Fred wasn't alone. Looking at the thoughtful face of the Empress, the commander asked if everything was okay with her, but Her Majesty joked, saying that everything was fine. As soon as she found out something 100%, she would immediately share it with him. The knight was depressed. He had the feeling that he had been excluded from the Empress's inner circle of trust. But this was not entirely true. Sharon did not even fully trust her own determination. The Empress decided to meet Austin again to give him a task. She wanted to introduce one nice guy into the first guard without any honors, but everything had to go well. When the guy realized that it was a matter of espionage, he suggested to the Empress that it would be better to introduce 2 or 3 people so that it would be more reliable. Sharon refused. She only needed one spy, as it shouldn't take long. She was going to start looking for the leader soon. Her Majesty decided to organize surveillance herself in order to find the leader. Initially, the girl was going to carry out surveillance on her own. But then she decided to take the chief of the dark force with her, but soon regretted it, since the guy talked incessantly. The concubine suggested passing the time by pointing to the huge mansion. Upon entering the estate, they were greeted warmly by a man who turned out to be the head of the Lost Province and Austin's father. The father was surprised by such a visit. Although he was glad to see his son, he asked if he was really bored with the harem, that he decided to visit his father, but the boy replied that he had business nearby, and that is why he was here. Austin, in the eyes of the Empress, was as magnificent as the head of an entire country. For a moment she even forgot that he was the chief of the dark forest. The gentleman noticed that someone was following them. He asked his son who it was. The boy laughed and replied that it was Her Majesty who had assigned a servant to him. At dinner, the father asked his son if he had really not slept with Her Majesty since he had been in the harem. Having received a negative answer, the master was outraged. Couldn't his son take advantage of his excellent appearance and make Her Majesty fall in love with him? The concubine laughed and agreed with his father that it was a good idea. Sharon found it amusing that people talked about her in her presence. The father prepared for his son a special powder that makes his skin pearly, as well as clothes that look quite indecent even if you don't take them off. He handed Austin a couple of outfits and ordered him to sneak a peek at Her Majesty and take her to the park. After dinner, Sharon and the concubine left the palace. The guy was all red with shame, and in the girl's hands was a bag with those very things from her father. The girl was going to get rid of these strange things with her own hands. Having left the palace, the empress and her concubine continued to follow, and finally, the man, who was acting rather suspiciously and looking around, entered an alley where a group of people were waiting for him. The empress smiled. She was sure that they would soon be able to find out who made these inscriptions on the emperor's tomb. The Dark Forest chief was going to take revenge on the imposters by writing something humiliating on their faces and hanging them upside down. Sharon allowed him to do whatever he wanted. On the roof of the house, the empress saw a man in a fox mask. Sharon decided to follow Fox and ordered Austin to follow the stranger into the alley. In one of the courtyards, Her Majesty managed to catch up with a stranger in a mask. She thought about whether to take off his mask and find out who was behind this, or to start making him worry. Just as she was about to pull off his mask, they were surrounded by people with clubs. They were about to attack the empress. Sharon thought they were Fox's subordinates, but it didn't look like they were in cahoots, as they were also attacking the masked man. Her Majesty decided to fight shoulder to shoulder with this guy, and after some time, the enemies were defeated. Coming close to Sharon, Fox said that she should be more careful. It was not safe for her to walk around like this alone, and that she should value herself more. The empress asked who he was. The guy replied that he was a lord. Before she had time to look back, the man in the mask had disappeared, and Austin was standing next to the empress with two strangers on his shoulders. They were unconscious. The concubine was surprised that she had caught more people than he had. The Dark Forest chief asked if Sharon had caught that guy, but she changed the subject and asked that everyone caught be sent to jail, since she could never ask him to lie about it to everyone. Vallejo. Sandra became empress, but it was just a title. Her husband painted a portrait of his first love every night. Not wanting to touch his legal wife even with a finger, the girl was ready to run away without thinking. She dreamed of only one thing, that Caleb was alive. Suddenly she heard a voice, similar to her lover. The voice was calling her. Sandra woke up in her room. Next to her sat the nanny, who was very happy that the empress had come to her senses. It turned out that she had turned pale during the walk and fainted. The girl started to cry. She definitely heard Caleb's voice. At the very least, there was definitely someone there. She was sure of it. But no matter what she said, no one would believe her. Colombia. The words of the so-called Lord did not leave Sharon's head. She was sure that he said it on purpose, and there was no point in arguing with those who could prove their innocence. No method would help here. However, Austin had aroused the empress's suspicions before, but if she heard anything again that raised doubts, then it was worth conducting a thorough investigation, Her Majesty thought. In any case, her half-brother Fred was a fool. She had already taken his place long ago. The empress came to the prison to talk to the prisoners, and the man, seeing her, immediately began to shout that he knew nothing. The man also did not know who he was working for, but was only following orders. The second prisoner was more accommodating, saying that they had only warned her that the killer was nearby, and that it was all in the name of the true heir to the throne. The empress warned him that they were now so carelessly guarding the position acquired with the blood of others, but soon they would be judged fairly. The man laughed like a madman. At the entrance to the prison, Austin, the commander, and the treasurer were waiting for Sharon. The guys simultaneously asked if everything was okay with her. Before she could answer, the concubine came up, took her by the arms, and led her aside. He was interested in what the prisoners had said. At that moment, the treasurer and the commander stood in complete confusion. Her Majesty said that one of the spies said that it was done in the name of the true owner of the throne. Austen concluded that what happened at the tomb was the work of Fred's followers, but Sharon did not confirm this. Gordon was angry because this concubine also became the Empress's confidant. Austen hugged the Empress and lay on her shoulder. She did not understand whether he was so glad that Fred was alive. But no, the concubine was glad that Her Majesty was so smart. Here the commander intervened. He suggested that the true heir might be someone else, not necessarily her half-brother. At that very moment, it dawned on Sharon that maybe they were talking about her own brother John. Sharon herself could not believe what she was thinking, because John said that he could easily ascend to the throne, but he himself resigned because he did not like all this, and all her brother's supporters knew about it. Although the Empress denied it, Gordon's statement should have been taken into account. Perhaps something had changed during this time, including John. She may well have been disliked by some of his supporters. Sharon decided for herself that instead of being careful not to get hit, she would be on guard and prepare for everything in advance. The girl was not going to trust anyone. The next evening, Her Majesty thought that she could not combine business and painting. There was no end to state affairs, so she could not freely dispose of her time as before, but she could choose trusted people and divide the duties between them. Sir Gordon has been trusted since childhood and is still a trusted confidant who is given various tasks, and he was also friends with her brother. The girl decided to get the commander drunk, because if a person drinks a lot of alcohol, his mental abilities decrease and he begins to share what is on his soul. Sharon invited Gordon to have a drink with her, as if she was not at peace with herself. After a few bottles of wine, the Empress was very drunk. She began to ask the commander if he liked someone. The guy held firm, trying to convince Sharon that she was very drunk. The Empress fell asleep. Sir Gordon poured himself a glass of wine and did not take his eyes off her. His heart was also uneasy. If only he could confess to her. He spoke to the sleeping Empress. The commander's speech was interrupted by the Countess entering the room. He asked her to pretend she knew nothing about it. The Countess expressed her thoughts to the Sir. She believed that a person needed not only a lover, for Her Majesty, the guy was like a close friend and brother, but if he had feelings for the Empress, then this would complicate everything. All Sharon needed now was a reliable night protector who could be trusted to watch her back. The commander was not one of those concubines who could not help. Gordon's look was very sad. He still hoped that Her Majesty would not open her heart to someone else. The next morning, the Empress was lying in her bed and dying from a hangover. She didn't even know how to drink normally. The nanny brought her honey water for a hangover. Who would have thought that the commander could drink? The Countess reported that Sir Gordon had come yesterday. The Empress had nothing to worry about, even though she was very drunk. He had taken good care of her. Sharon decided to put everything aside with the commander and move on to questioning the concubines. And the first of them will be Brian. Brian was extremely surprised that the Empress liked alcohol. Her Majesty laughed. She did not like alcohol, but she believed that sometimes it was worth drinking when it was necessary. And in this case, a frank conversation was ahead. Brian had not done anything yet, but they lived together in the same palace, through thick and thin. Of the concubines, the guy got along best with the others, in Sharon's opinion. The girl thought that there was nothing wrong with trying to find out something through the Lord. The guy felt dizzy from drinking. Even though he didn't know how to drink, he couldn't stop after the Empress offered him a drink. The following evening, a frank conversation over alcohol awaited Prince Archie. Sharon immediately started by asking what the concubine thought of her. The prince confessed that he was in love with her, adored her, and would very much like to reveal his feelings, but could not yet, since his love was unrequited. Her Majesty was delighted. It turned out to be not as difficult as she imagined. The next question concerned the death of the emperor, or rather Archie's opinion on it. The concubine was very sympathetic to Sharon and understood how hard it was for her when she lost her father. His brother also suffered greatly when their father died and could not come to terms with it. And when Archie tried to console him, Ethan said that the emperor did not need consolation. One way or another, the prince could not console Her Majesty, as he was afraid that he would hear the same thing. The concubine believed that if a person cannot open up when he is sad, then it must be difficult. Until now, Sharon hadn't even thought about it because she was focused on hating Ethan. And when he was in trouble, she couldn't be there for him. It seemed that Archie had completely passed out from the wine he had drunk, and Her Majesty had to stop. Sharon came into the room of the high priest. She had a request. She asked him to make her something like an amulet. She asked the guy to make an amulet for Archie, since he recently lost his. After some time, the Supreme presented Her Majesty with 2 talismans. Having put it on the Empress's neck, he said that she also needed a talisman, especially since it was quite effective. Sharon got out a bottle of wine for them to drink together, but the priest refused, as priests were forbidden. Her Majesty wondered if he hadn't just recently waited for her in the room naked to sleep with her, and if he hadn't worked as a dealer in a casino. The priest stopped her, saying that there was no prohibition on sleeping with Her Majesty, and there was no prohibition on working as a dealer in a casino, but there was a prohibition on drinking alcohol. The last in line was Carl. The concubine was very happy with the Empress's favor. He had been waiting for her arrival for a very long time. At some point, the king of mercenaries began to lose consciousness and fell straight to the floor. Sharon began to scream for help and call for a doctor. The guy came to his senses and began to insist that the Empress not call a doctor, since he was fine. The doctor came anyway. Carl had a slow heartbeat, and the force of the blow was very weak. The guy looked very weak. The doctor prescribed the mercenary king medicine to improve his heart function and told him that he should not overexert himself, as he was very weak. Carl asked Her Majesty not to leave, but to stay with him, since he was ill. Sharon stayed with the concubine. She looked at him while he slept. The guy was sexy, even with his eyes closed. The mercenary king could not drink alcohol because he was feeling unwell, but the Empress needed to find out everything. Her Majesty wondered if he could be sincere while he slept, because his thoughts were free and his body was weak in sleep. Sharon, she herself does not understand how, found herself in an unfamiliar place. There were people in strange clothes around, and among them stood Carl, with some red-haired girl. The girl insisted that he should live on, but the king of mercenaries, with tears in his eyes, begged him to take him with him. But the red-haired girl begged him to live on. Her Majesty was touched. She did not know who this stranger was, but she would like Carl to do what she said. With tears in their eyes, a farewell kiss took place. Sharon was able to see everything while falling asleep. The concubine sees nightmares and experiences pain. The next morning, this red-haired girl never left the Empress's mind. It was a heartbreaking love story that lasted thousands of years. Sharon couldn't finish it today. She was too confused about everything. So first, she decided to sort out the affairs according to the official schedule, and the rest had to be postponed until tomorrow. Rumors that the Empress was visiting her concubines, one after another, and inviting them to drink wine with her, spread throughout the palace. Her Majesty could not take care of one person, but had to take care of everyone. Jacob noticed that the girl was talented in flirting. The concubine believed that if the Empress did not like this, then she could simply return to business and get distracted. Wouldn't it be easier to take care of several populists rather than have 6? Sharon stared at him, her eyes unwavering. Jacob's gaze was enough to freeze you, to freeze to death. She offered him to drink, and not to get angry. The concubine asked why he was forcing them to drink with her. The Empress replied that it was easier to make friends this way. It promoted sincerity. She could not come to everyone, since she had a lot to do after the coronation, but she would like to get to know everyone better. The guy looked especially suspicious. Sharon decided to talk about his youth. Jacob said that he lived in the temple for some time, but before she could finish, the guy stood up, as if intending to do something. The concubine headed for the exit, as if the Empress had started a topic he didn't want to talk about at all. He went and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Her Majesty was in complete shock. Sandra's father could not believe his daughter's words, because Caleb was dead and there were witnesses at the execution site, although there were not many of them. The man decided that the girl had had some hard times and that she imagined it all. He hugged his daughter and said calmingly that sooner or later Ethan would suffer just like her, and if Sandra endured all this with pride, then after some time everything would definitely work out for her. Even those dear to the Empress would rather believe that the sky would fall than all this, because even her father did not believe her. Sandra was sure she heard Caleb's voice, and suddenly the music that her lover liked started playing. The girl decided to take a walk. The guards did not hear this melody. It turns out that only she heard it. She ordered the guards to remain in place. Sandra wanted to go on alone. The Empress followed the sound, opened the doors of the room from which it was coming, and saw in the shadows a silhouette playing the piano. Could it have been Caleb? But he was dead, Sandra thought. She asked to prove that it was him. The silhouette said that when she was 10 years old, she wanted to run away from the temple with him, but he stopped her. For Caleb's 30th birthday, Sandra wanted to give him a special blade made of glass, but then her father got angry. The Empress could not hold back her tears. She could not believe that he was alive and how he managed to return. The silhouette asked her to come closer, as he did not want to scare her, but Sandra was already scared enough. Caleb really did return alive, but how did this happen? The Empress could not believe her eyes. The next morning, the high priest was enjoying his body. He ordered the servants to bring him ice cream to eat and bask in the sun's rays. The Empress was not making any progress. It was strange that everything was going so smoothly. Even Austin was quite talkative. She could not just give up and decided to change tactics. Her Majesty was informed that the high priest had been seriously injured after falling down the stairs. Sharon rushed to him. The doctor smiled, saying that it seemed that the guy was waiting for her. Despite the fact that his servant was screaming and crying, he had no reaction. The priest overheated in the sun and stumbled, although the Empress already thought that one of the concubines was to blame. Austin approached Brian, calling him an innocent gentleman, and said that the next time someone pushed Mr. Brian, they should think he did it. The Lord pretended not to understand what was being discussed and why he was considered cute. Archie, seeing how the two concubines were getting along so well, told them after they left that they could continue holding hands and then leave the harem on good terms. Because who knows, maybe the two of them will suddenly be pushed together and break their necks. Austin looked at the prince with confusion, because just a few days ago they had been talking very well about life abroad. Archie commanded Austin to follow him, or he would break his neck. Brian was confused because Austin was talking to him now. The chief of the Dark Forest did not lose his composure, hugged the guys, and suggested that the three of them go for a walk. Sharon walked into the high priest's room. The guy was standing upside down on one hand, as if there was no fracture and he had not fallen down the stairs. The boy assured the Empress that she should not worry, as he was completely fine. He could easily fix everything except instant death, including growing bones back together. But before that, people came to him for something else, and he couldn't do it right away. The high priest thought that if he healed too quickly, people would look at him strangely, so he would pretend to be in pain for a while. Sharon got back to business. She asked the guy if it was true that he fell himself, because every time she thought about it, she realized how impossible it was. The priest smiled. He liked the Empress's intelligence. The next question was whether the guy saw the criminal's face. He was not sure, so he could not say anything for sure. The man who pushed the priest was not an ordinary man, as he had to be quite strong to be able to push him. At that moment, just for a moment, he felt darkness and some kind of evil presence. Sandra's maid asked the Empress not to worry, as she would return soon. But the girl was calm. She let her go to rest properly with her family. Sandra was told that her maid had committed suicide. The girl could not believe it, as she was sure that the woman had no problems. Sharon and the high priest were walking through the park. The guy had to focus on suspicious characters around. Whoever the criminal was, he must be a person who possesses special powers. Perhaps the spy they were looking for is a sorcerer. The high priest saw the one who attacked him and began to scream. Jacob stood in front of them. Temple in the capital of the empire, Vallejo. Sandra wanted to give her maid a parting gift and asked to open the coffin to put her favorite mirror. The coffin was opened. It was empty. Sharon asked the priest if he felt a dark aura from Jacob. But no, his soul was innocent and pure, and the priest was confused by his eyes, which right now seemed to be trying to burn him alive. The guy found everything somehow confusing. Jacob wondered if the Empress really trusted this man so much. Sharon admitted that he is one of the few who is worthy of her trust. The concubine asked if the boy was really that sick. The high priest laughed loudly, saying that Her Majesty was his, forbidding the concubine to come closer than 5 steps to her, and if he did try, he would personally kill him. Sharon began to cover his mouth, pretending that the guy had not yet fully recovered from the fall and was talking nonsense. Jacob assured him that everything was fine, and he would be happy to listen to whatever this casino dealer had to say. Her Majesty thought that the concubine was the ideal type. Just looking at him, you felt as if he saw right through you. Since the deceased was from a noble family and was a lady-in-waiting to the Empress, soldiers guarded the morgue as a sign of respect, and no one could steal her body. But Sandra had an assumption that the corpse had stood up and walked out on its own, especially since this would not have surprised her. The Empress ordered a carriage to be prepared. She was going to visit the Marquis on the outskirts of the capital Vallejo. Sandra arrived at the Marquis's estate, but he was not at home. She decided to ask the butler if he had seen anything suspicious before the incident with her maid. The man didn't tell her anything new, only what everyone already knew. The Empress was about to leave the estate, as she felt awkward being there without her owners. But on the way to the carriage, a servant stopped her and handed her some kind of bag. There was an amulet in it. The girl said that among her relatives there was a priest, and he received this amulet from the high priest. And when the lady saw it, she said that she would make a necklace out of it and would definitely give it to the Empress. Therefore, the deceased herself prepared it for Sandra. The Empress did not accept the amulet, but asked to give it to the Marquis, as that would be more correct. Village on the border of Colombia. Sharon was informed that the HAREM detachment had arrived. It was very important, so Her Majesty needed to be present. The Empress wondered why they had come, whether it was connected with the death of the old priest, or whether it was all because of Jared. One day, the high priest told Sharon that there was a certain HAREM detachment, an organization consisting of elite warriors. The Empress ordered that a restroom and lunch in the dining room be prepared for the warriors, and then she would receive them. The girl went to the high priest to talk to him, and he was just heading to the Empress to tell her something. The guy asked for forgiveness for not telling Her Majesty that the detachment always accompanies him, but watches from the side, and then they showed up so openly and without warning. Sharon thought about what she should do. Since the HAREM knew everything, they would hardly leave the palace just like that. But if they lingered in the imperial palace, it would soon become clear that this was all because of the high priest. Everyone in the area was talking about how the HAREM squad was the most elite military squad. So it meant that something special had happened since they decided to meet with Her Majesty. When asked what they wanted in the imperial palace, the soldiers knelt down and began to ask permission to accompany the high priest. One of the warriors stepped forward. He was the leader of the detachment named Walter. The Empress asked the leader to follow her. The guard commander was supposed to escort him to his place of residence. Sometime before that, Her Majesty spoke with the high priest, and they decided that he would be the official knight accompanying Jared. Thus, they would reveal his identity. Sharon asked the knight if he knew anything about black magic. The guy froze in bewilderment. In his opinion, this was not something that the Empress should be interested in. The Empress had to tell that she had recently found traces of black magic. The knight was very surprised. He said that we must try to catch the one who is doing this and get rid of this magic as soon as possible. The Empress admitted that being a believer is such a burden. In the first days of her reign, she had to prove herself as a strong monarch, so she was not allowed to reveal her views, but she does not believe. It was a big shock for the guy, because it was the complete opposite of the great empire. Walter admitted that he was very surprised when he saw Her Majesty in the audience hall back then, as she radiates a very bright and pure aura. The knight reported to the high priest that the village was empty, so the warlock had disappeared. But no one knew when he might appear again, and also that Her Majesty was interested in black magic. The priest ordered to simply observe her for now, and let her know when he received more specific information about the Empress. The newspapers were filled with a sensation. Her Majesty's sixth concubine was the high priest. People whispered that Sharon was trying to strengthen her position by using the high priest to do so. The Duke, reading the newspaper, understood why the Empress was interested in this man, who had nothing but muscles. It turns out she had a plan. The high priest was amused that people's opinions changed so quickly. They were so sensitive to change that they began to hate him. Prince Archie entered the garden. The priest's servant thought that now that the high priest's true identity was revealed, the prince would have to change his attitude towards him. The guy was clearly angry. He demanded to get out of here, since there was no place for a high priest here. After these words, Archie turned around and left. The prince ran into his room, fell on the floor, and demanded to tell the Empress that he was ill. Sharon ran into his room. He was lying half naked, and kept saying that his body was burning, and that he seemed to have a fever. The Empress demanded that the prince get dressed, which was clearly not what he expected to hear. Archie didn't understand how anyone could dislike him, because he was the prince of the Vallejo Empire and the younger brother of the current emperor, as well as the owner of an unearthly beauty that everyone admired. A few days later, Sharon was informed that a delegation from Vallejo had left for them, and it looked like they would arrive in a few days. The Empress thought that after that incident, she and Archie had not seen each other again. He must have felt awkward now, and she was also interested in the question of how the other concubines reacted to the news about the high priest. Everyone said the same thing. At first glance, the idea of a harem seemed like one of Her Majesty's simple wishes, but now it became clear to everyone that in fact each member of the harem was either part of the imperial family or closely connected with officials from different walks of life. This was all reinforced by the fact that the high priest was in the harem, and now everyone admired the insight and extraordinary decisions of Her Majesty. Lately, even the dark magicians had gone into hiding, which meant that Sharon could now calmly take care of state affairs. The high priest and the knight trained to meet Her Majesty in the best shape when she arrived here. A few more quiet days passed. The treasurer reminded that a delegation from Vallejo would be arriving very soon, and most likely, Her Majesty should visit Mr. Archie. Suddenly, an ambassador from Volan arrived. The treasurer reported that having learned of Her Majesty's relationship with the high priest, it was almost impossible not to react to it in some way. It was quite difficult. Although Volan was friendly to powerful countries, they had always been despotic and ruthless towards countries weaker than them. They were always looking for an opportunity to stab Colombia in the back, even though they acted friendly from the outside. And no matter if it was Fred or the threat of black magic, if they found a weakness, they would definitely take advantage of it. Seeing that something was bothering the Empress, the commander began to reassure her that she had safely ascended the throne and was already ruling the country, and that the people were happy with her rule. Colombia was a strong nation. They had their own power, Gordon believed. Her Majesty ordered the Marquis to do everything possible to ensure that the two delegations arrived at the same time, so as to encounter them all at once. The Empress decided that if Archie accompanied her during her visit, then at least the Vallejo would definitely be satisfied. Volan knew nothing about Fred, and besides, the relationship between Columbia and Vallejo was quite close, so they might think that it was useless to do anything against them. The treasurer was delighted with her idea. The maid, with horror on her face, reported to Sharon that Prince Archie was feeling unwell and would not be able to attend the audience. The Empress burst into the concubine's room, grabbing his hand and coming close. She asked why people were so cruel. The Empress began to appeal to pity because a delegation was arriving from the prince's home country, and he so cruelly refused to even go out to simply greet them. The concubine, unexpectedly for the Empress, fell on her shoulder. Sharon thought he had finally given in. She promised him that they would definitely discuss their relationship later, but she would have to pretend in front of the delegation that everything was fine. After some time, the prince was in full combat readiness to meet with a delegation from his home country. Sharon reported that the delegation from Volan had not given any notice of their visit, so they were forced to receive them all at once. A representative of the delegation from Volan took the floor, saying that they and Columbia had been long-standing allies, and since the Empress had only recently ascended to the throne, and as soon as the situation after the coronation had stabilized, they had come to officially welcome her. They also learned that now, in addition to His Majesty, Prince Archie, and the heirs of the noble families of Columbia, a high priest has appeared in Her Majesty's harem, so they expressed their congratulations. A spokesman for Volan warned that dynastic marriages are a very convenient way to consolidate power, but they can also have negative consequences for future generations, and if the relationship goes bad, there will be consequences. Archie couldn't understand what this guy was talking about. The Empress said that this had happened before in Volan, and she remembered everything, but Volan had already taught them from its mistakes. Finally, the spokesman said that if Sharon was going to play politics through dynastic marriages, it would be better to simply become empress in another country, rather than dirty her hands with her own brother's blood to become one here. Everyone was shocked. How could the man say such a thing? Was he crazy? But there was no embarrassment on his face at all, which meant it was someone from the nobility. A stranger from the crowd of those present noted that this man was like a foal who eats unripe grapes and complains because they are sour, but forgets that in order to gather such influential people into his harem, one must have enormous strength and power. But Volan is a country that had to grovel before the others for the same purposes. Perhaps that is why they are not even able to understand how strong and powerful Her Majesty Sharon herself is. The man was furious. The voice of this stranger seemed painfully familiar to the Empress. She was left alone with the guy and asked him how he could think that she didn't recognize him. The stranger threw off his hood, and before the Empress stood her former liege, Emperor Ethan. The Empress was angry that Emperor Vallejo had come. She believed that the guy had lost all shame since he came, and if he got married, then let him take care of his wife, and she would take care of her harem. As much as Sharon wished he would leave right now, since Ethan had come here with the delegation, his purpose was not only to see her. The conversation was interrupted by a delegation from Volan, and the Emperor immediately hid, hoping that he would not be recognized. Ethan laughed as the delegation went to rest, trying to calm Sharon down so she wouldn't be nervous, since the ambassador was still watching them. A knight of the Emperor ran up to him, and one of the gentlemen stopped him and asked him to carry his luggage. He apologized profusely for leaving the Emperor. The guy was worried about Ethan, believing that the Duke would not leave everything as is, and it was unknown what he would do. But most of all, he was worried that the gentleman did not have much time left to be safe. The Emperor said that for some reason the snake couldn't even move, which was probably why he allowed Ethan to tell him everything he wanted. And besides, the Emperor actually came here to see Sharon. Emperor Vallejo headed to the harem. The knight ran after him. He was not sure if it was safe, since Her Majesty might get angry if her former lover suddenly met her current one. Empress Sharon was known for ordering the execution of her half-brother as a traitor. She is also known as a ruthless beauty who can easily lock a man in a tower. Ethan saw a guy in the garden. He had an angelic face and tiger muscles. It seemed that he was the high priest. The emperor left the knight in the bushes and went to the priest. They talked about something, and then the high priest raised his majesty. The knight could not watch this any longer. He went to help, when a voice from behind stopped him. It was Prince Archie, who recognized him. The prince was curious about what had happened. He did not see the knight among the delegation. The guy stood at a loss. He could not tell the prince the whole truth. Archie began to whisper mockingly, since it was a secret that the head of the Imperial Guard was in Colombia, then he had to hide him. The knight was confused. He had to call His Majesty for help. Sharon tried to relieve stress after meeting Ethan and ended up working too hard. She didn't want to do it, but there was a lot of work, and it was certainly better than wasting time. The Empress entered the room where the delegation from Vallejo was staying and asked how their emperor was doing. His subjects tried to pretend that they did not understand what was being said, but Her Majesty demanded that they not deny it, since she knew that he had arrived. His Majesty was sleeping now. Sharon didn't know what to do. She couldn't say that she hadn't heard anything about His Majesty since the high priest took him away. She met Brian in the corridor. He tried to talk to her, but she was furious and said as she passed by that they would talk later. The servant began to calm the concubine down because the Empress probably had urgent business, which is why she said so. Brian ordered to follow Sharon and find out where she was going. Entering the high priest's room, she saw Ethan there. They were chatting nicely. It turns out they had the feeling that they had known each other for a long time, so they started talking about all sorts of things. Sharon demanded that this stop. The high priest came close to her and took her hand, asking what had happened to her, as he was worried about the Empress's unhealthy complexion. Her Majesty looked into Ethan's eyes, thinking that this guy had decided to turn everything in her heart upside down. She pulled Jared towards her and kissed him. The smile on the emperor's face immediately disappeared. The high priest's servants brought him gifts that were given to him by representatives of the nobility. Seeing the redness of Jared's lips, the servant shouted in anger that who dared to touch the lips of the high priest and violate chastity. The guy was silent, as if he hadn't heard the question. He looked embarrassed, which was not typical of a high priest. Sharon blamed herself for touching the high priest, because unlike the other concubines, he would leave the harem as soon as the danger was over. At the same time, she had 6 concubines, and Ethan should also live happily with his wife and concubines. Because there was nothing left of their relationship, the Empress told her former lover. The guy was clearly not happy with what was happening, because she took his brother as a concubine, and, most likely, kissed him too. Austin climbed high up a tree to see something. Not even a minute had passed before the guy fell from that very tree. The concubine was clearly pleased with what he saw while in the tree, but his servants were rather displeased with what he had to see. Austin said that he saw Emperor Ethan. Unfortunately, he could not hear him, since he was far away, but the concubine roughly understood what was being discussed. The Dark Forest chief knew that the Empress and Emperor had an affair in the past, and the guy was probably here on an unofficial visit. He was sure that even though it was all in the past, something remained, although he doubted that it had any great significance. Whatever feelings there were between them, Ethan was now married to someone else, so it was probably over. The servant reassured the concubine, because recently there had been many strange rumors about Vallejo, for example, that the emperor was going to get a divorce and the like. A new rumor appeared. Members of the delegation discussed that Empress Sandra had gone mad. Austin was very surprised. Even his organization did not have such information, and he had the best informants. The servants even knew such details that the Empress of Vallejo saw a dead man, a dead prince, who allegedly ate his friend, because only a madman could say something like that. Sharon couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about the emperor. From a practical point of view, she was best with Ethan, simply because they had been through so much. She felt good with Archie too. On his lips, Her Majesty felt the taste of the sea, and it was delightful. The Empress thought that Ethan would stop paying attention to her because of the situation with the High Priest. But on the contrary, he turned out to be so nice. Sharon blamed herself for kissing both brothers. The Empress had to get out of bed and tidy herself up because Austin came to report the rumors he had just heard about Empress Sandra. The chief of the Dark Forest thought that Prince Fred and Prince Caleb had nothing in common except that they were both dead. But it was quite surprising to hear two identical stories about two different people in two different countries. Sharon was amazed how this could happen, because Empress Sandra seemed like a completely adequate person to her when they saw each other. The concubine reproached the Empress that her gratitude for his work was only in words and that he would have liked more. Her Majesty joked that until the guy got clothes that could be taken off with a snap, he wouldn't get anything. Austin had more news. The rebels who were captured in the murder of the former Emperor of Columbia were trying to buy something. On the piece of paper that the concubine handed to the Empress, it was written about the auction of Sekri and the 12th thing. If Her Majesty had heard of such an auction for the first time, then the chief of the Dark Forest was aware that this was the name of an illegal auction house, not far from the capital. It is true that even under a lamp there is a dark place. So in this case, everything was happening under the Empress's nose, and she did not know what to do. It was simply impossible to close her eyes. But Austin was sure that he could benefit from this. Some madman grabbed Austin by the sleeve of his robe and demanded that he give it to him, and the Empress suspected something strange. Sharon thought there would be some tension here due to the fact that the auction was illegal, but everything was quite calm. The host announced lot number 12. This was what the Empress came for with her concubine. Under this lot was presented an ancient map found in the ruins of a lost city, a lost country. The Empress was a little upset. She had hoped that it would be something like an unusual jewel or weapon. The auction ended. Her Majesty sat silently, never raising her number to buy the card. The concubine was very surprised by such an act. Sharon's plan was to follow the buyer. Then they could immediately check whoever bought it for membership in the stormtrooper gang. Austin believed that the girl was definitely the type of monarch who could easily make independent decisions and not just beat confessions out of people. And in the end, he was not mistaken about her. The Empress approached the buyer's carriage to offer to buy the lot, but the man immediately said that no matter what she offered, he would not sell the lot. Sharon took out her sword and put it to the man's neck, putting his life on the line. She didn't care that she was doing the wrong thing, since it was an illegal auction. The man said that if his life was worth that much, then what was the value of her life? He laughed, saying that it would even be funny for him to catch and tame such a capricious and impudent beast as she. After the sword fight, the man was unconscious, and in his carriage, Her Majesty was tearing his clothes off. Lord Brian's face was blank. He was thinking about how after her arrival, Her Majesty immediately ran to meet the High Priest. The servants began to calm him down, as if everyone knew that each of the concubines came to the harem only for power, money, or family connections. But only his master was the only one who loved the Empress. Brian sat there very upset about the whole situation. Clutching some incomprehensible little thing in his hands, he whispered through his teeth that he had not saved Her Majesty so that she would treat him like that. The servant became interested in what kind of incomprehensible thing his master was holding in his hands all the time. The concubine said that his father gave him this drug that makes men weak. The servants began to snatch this drug from the Lord's hands, since this thing was very dangerous. Brian said that the drug's effects are temporary, lasting about a year, and that he has not yet had a need to use it. The employee smiled, took the drug. He said that for now, it would stay with him, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he would get rid of it, especially since the gentleman himself said that he could not just throw it away. Since this was the case, the Lord decided to rely on him. The man woke up. He didn't understand what the stranger was doing and why she needed his pants. The Empress did not find anything in either his coat or jacket, which means there must be something in his pants. The man shouted that he was the Empress's confidant and that she would not get away with this just like that. Her Majesty was in shock. Taking off his mask, she realized that the man had lied. As far as she could see, his face was not so important. He was neither a concubine nor even close to the Empress. After receiving a few blows from Her Majesty, the man began to whine. Sharon could not believe that he was such a shameless liar and how many times he had impersonated others. Finally, she found something valuable. Since the man hid something in the lining of his trousers, it must have been valuable. The stranger was angry. He asked who sent her. Sharon answered that she was from the Empress. The man did not believe her, asking if Justin sent her. Austin burst into the carriage and said that they had to leave immediately, as there was a cliff ahead. The Empress couldn't just leave. She had to find out who was behind all this. Austin grabbed her and dragged her out of the carriage. The high priest discussed with Walter the sudden appearance of phenomena similar to black magic, and that the village had been destroyed in just a few days. The warrior remembered that some time ago he had talked with the Empress about black magic. He was worried about the fact that everything related to black magic always appeared before the eyes of the Empress. The guy couldn't understand what was going on here. The Lord of Darkness, who leads all the forces of evil, is resurrected only once every 500 years to stop it, and at the same time, his enemy is born. The time and date of the Savior's birth were known from the prophecy, so one day all the children who were born on the same day and at the same time were gathered together, but no one knew the way to determine exactly which of them was the Savior. At that time, the temple did not have the same resources and influence as before, so they could not keep the children for more than 3 months, and one of them had to be sent home after only a month. Someone knocked on the high priest's balcony door, and when he went out onto the balcony, he saw Her Majesty standing in front of him, and she asked him to walk with her. The Empress said that she went to the underground auction because she learned that the people who destroyed her father's crypt were looking for a map there. It was put up for auction. That's why she went there with Austin. Sharon didn't want to draw attention to herself, so she deliberately let someone else buy it for her. But then she still took the card back. During all this, something happened, and the guards from that auction started chasing them, when suddenly the carriage exploded. The girl had no idea who could be behind this, but she only knew that the man who bought that lot at auction was very suspicious, because when the Empress took the map from him, he asked if she was in cahoots with Justin. Anyway, that wasn't the problem. Sharon promised to tell everything as soon as Austin woke up. Her Majesty begged the high priest to heal the chief of the dark forest. He was badly wounded. Not even a minute had passed before Jared, with the help of his magic, had healed the wounds on the concubine's body. Sharon leaned her head on the high priest's shoulder. She was very glad that he was able to save the guy, since the Empress was very afraid that he might die. Austin said that Her Majesty should have said these touching words while hugging him, but for some reason she still hadn't done so. The Empress shouted loudly that the boy had gone crazy. The concubine pretended not to hear, approached Sharon, and kissed her on the cheek, asking if she wasn't better off with him. While straightening his shirt, Her Majesty began to apologize. She could not ignore what the man was talking about. Austin tried to calm her down, because it was part of her job, and so he knew from the start that Sharon had a good reason for it. The concubine was interested in what the man had said to the Empress. She replied that the stranger had mumbled more than he had spoken. The only thing she understood was that he did not know how to track down His Highness the Prince now. The high priest intervened in the conversation. He did not understand which prince was being discussed. To clarify the situation for the high priest, Her Majesty briefly told how it all began and what they had managed to find out during this time. Jared realized that in the course of all this, the names of the 2 dead princes had surfaced, while Sharon believed that the map they found was somehow connected to Fred. And as for Caleb, it was already Vallejo's business. People have died because of this map, all just so that it wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. Obviously, this thing doesn't lead to treasures like gold and silver. The Empress decided that she had to find the traitor herself. The high priest tried to convince her otherwise, since it was dangerous and it would be better if the HAREM detachment did it. But Sharon could not be convinced. Since it was still unknown who the traitor was, Her Majesty decided not to take Austen to the palace. She was sure that the high priest, the chief of the Dark Forest, and Prince Archie were not traitors. But they were only 3 people. Jared still didn't support her idea of doing everything on her own, especially since, if she was going to be absent for a long time, then what about the Empire? The girl did not intend to be absent for long, and also to continue to deal with state affairs in parallel. But she was going to ask her brother for help. Despite the doubts of some people around her, she was sure that her older brother could not be a traitor. His right hand hated Her Majesty, so he could have been in collusion with someone against her. But his brother would never have done such a thing. The Empress was convinced. It was time to return, because if the high priest lingered a little longer, his assistant or someone from the Hwarang squad would notice. After saying goodbye to the concubine, Sharon wished him a speedy recovery and returned to the palace. Without losing any time, Her Majesty wrote a letter to her brother that she would very much like him to come and help while she was away, and to stay at the imperial palace for 1 or 2 weeks if the Marquise needed help. Having sent the letter, the Empress sat down to study the literature concerning the city in which this map was obtained. She learned that the city, which was once prosperous, is now called cursed, while other states were built and destroyed. No one was able to take possession of this city, and everything in it remains in its previous state. Sharon had it all figured out, that no matter how the country took over this place, they all inevitably collapsed due to internal conflicts. And so this city became a kind of cursed place. The Empress thought that it was quite unusual that a place that belonged to no one had become a shrine for archaeologists, since there were all sorts of dungeons and ruins there. Her Majesty's attention was distracted by Brian, who entered the library. For several days, Sharon spent time in the library searching for information, and all this time the concubine was nearby. The Empress looked at Brian, calling him devoted, because she always comes at different times, but he appears after her every time. The guy admitted that he still hadn't made friends with any of the concubines, and there was nothing to do in the harem. Despite his shyness, the concubine asked the Empress why she had recently become interested in books on archaeology. Sharon's answer was quite brief, as if her interest was connected with the not-so-good events that continue to happen in the palace. To break the awkward silence, Brian ran his finger along the spine of the book, reading its title. The Empress grabbed his hand and asked with great surprise if he could really read ancient languages. The concubine admitted that yes, he could, since at one time he was very fond of them. But before he could finish speaking, Sharon asked him for help. She decided not to show him the map, but simply point out the symbols needed to decipher it. Then it would be much easier for her to understand the map herself. Her Majesty decided to thank Brian, because thanks to him, her investigation had progressed greatly without much time expenditure, so she asked him what he would like. The concubine became very worried, but said that his birthday was coming soon, and he would like to spend it alone with the Empress, no matter where, as long as it was just the 2 of them. Sharon accepted his wish. The Empress asked the treasurer to tell her Brian's date of birth, and he immediately said that the concubine was born on May 17th, and there were 2 weeks left until his birthday. The girl needed to know how long it would take to get to the place marked on the map, because if she couldn't do it quickly, she would first have to celebrate Brian's birthday and then go there. The Marquis reminded that after the Lord's birthday, there would be Lord Archie's birthday on the 1st of June, and then Jacob's birthday, which was exactly the same day as Her Majesty's. It turned out that the same day was the birthday of Empress Sandra and Sharon's half-brother Fred. Her Majesty interrupted this discussion and asked for the birthday dates of the remaining concubines. Brian's servant wanted to use this terrible potion, which could deprive a man of his strength for a year, but did not know who was the greater danger to his master. After considering various options, he decided to settle on Prince Archie, as the latter constantly mocked the young master and argued with him for no reason. The servant was angry with the prince because he didn't even know that the Lord was as good on the inside as he was on the outside. Brian was a strong person, not a wimp. Having made his way into the kitchen, the guy decided to keep an eye on the food that would be brought to this mad dog. Seeing a tray of food for the prince, he crept up unnoticed and poured the contents of the bottle into his plate, and then disappeared just as unnoticed. In the garden, he caught his breath. Brian's servants felt sorry for the prince as a man, but he reassured himself that it was only for a year, and if he doesn't succeed with the empress, then maybe at least this scoundrel will become more obedient. The guy concluded. The servants were carrying food for the concubines. Each guy had his own cart with the contents. One of the servants called out to the other and asked to exchange soup. Jacob looked at the soup and wrinkled his face. His servant was scared. What was going on? After all, this was his master's favorite soup. The guy thought the mushroom soup was somehow strange. The employee tried the dish and it tasted quite ordinary. Jacob objected that the same thing was brought to him yesterday. But the guy began to justify himself, saying that usually the menu changes daily. But since the concubine loved mushroom soup so much, they prepared it for him again. The concubine woke up in his bed without strength. The servant in front of him was telling him what a wonderful weather it was outside today. But then he noticed that Jacob was not feeling well. The concubine changed his clothes, tidied himself up, and looked at his palm. The phrase that everything would be fine tomorrow arose in his thoughts. The next day, Jacob lay in his bed and realized that something was wrong with him again. The empress was furious. She realized that she had not moved from the spot. The people who made this map were clearly not in their right minds. The point marked on the map was near the capital Vallejo. Austin, who was nearby, said that the boundaries could have been different when the map was created. Her Majesty angrily replied that she knew about it too. The concubine smiled and thought that she looked like a flounder. Looking into the eyes of the empress, the guy said that all lovers have nicknames. Could he, in that case, call her Flounder? If Sharon agreed to be his flounder, then he would be. But before Austin could finish speaking, the girl interrupted him and called him a bullhead, since she associated these fish with swindlers. The concubine realized that the topic of Vallejo was painful for the empress, since her former lover lived there. He didn't know much about it, and Her Majesty couldn't tell him first, and it wasn't like the guy wanted to ask first. Sharon decided that there was nothing she could do about it, and that she had to go and look, since there was no other choice. Austin began to dissuade her, because it was dangerous, and Her Majesty could be attacked again. But the girl only laughed in response, because she had the map, and others, in her opinion, would not be able to find this place. She promised to act with caution, and it would be good if she could meet with Empress Sandra. Sharon thought she could get some information from her. The concubine realized that Her Majesty had decided to hide behind an official diplomatic visit. Their conversation was interrupted by Jacob's servant. He came to report that the concubine was calling the empress. Sharon, knowing his character, was surprised if he was calling her after she had been busy with other concubines lately. Then something really happened. Immediately heading to the harem, the empress asked, in a worried voice, what had happened to him, and if anything hurt. Jacob shared his fears. He felt like he was terminally ill. The empress was confused by this news. She did not know what to do. Gather all the servants of the harem and make them look after him, or send him home to his father to recover. The concubine said that he would not die from this disease, but his future children would. Sharon clutched her head, wondering if Jacob had seen this in his dream. Pointing to his male organ, the concubine said that one thing was not working as it should. Her Majesty was confused. Many questions immediately arose in her head. How did this happen? From what moment, and in general? Is Jacob sure? He felt it, and it didn't start today. Sharon exhaled a little, suggesting that they call the court doctor as this might be temporary. The empress thought that his desire had disappeared because his pride had been hurt, but she could leave everything as it was. The concubine asked to make sure whether his fears were unfounded or not. After some time, Her Majesty admitted that Jacob really had no reaction. She suggested that it might be because the guy didn't experience any feelings. The concubine began to deny because his heart reacted. The empress asked Jacob if he was sure that this had never happened to him before, but the boy immediately noticed that something was wrong with him. Sharon began to reassure the concubine that everything would be fine, since she had a way to help him. The high priest entered the room, and it was clear from his face that the empress had forced him to come. The high priest was outraged that he had to examine the boy, but the empress insisted she wanted to figure everything out. With anger in his voice, Jared stated that he would not do what he hated, even though he was the high priest. Sharon grabbed him by the clothes and started yelling at Al that he hated taking care of the terminally ill. Jacob's whole body was like a dried-up bean sprout, even though the body part was a little embarrassing. But an illness is an illness. The high priest still insisted on his own. The mere thought that he should put his hand to this place drove him crazy. Her Majesty was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She ordered both boys to sit on the bed and for Jared to treat Jacob. The concubine asked to take care of him. The high priest gave in. He collected his thoughts and all the time thought that the guy was just a sick person for him who needed help. The high priest warned that if the cause was in the poison drunk, then he would be able to cure it, but if it was a congenital disease, then he was powerless. Jared's divine power healed Jacob, so it was poisoning. Someone did it on purpose. The high priest was furious. He demanded that this man be found, and whoever it was, he should suffer the same punishment. Her Majesty was shocked that the guy could say such a thing. The concubine said that he noticed the symptoms 2 days ago, and during this period, he noticed something strange. They brought him mushroom soup several times in a row. Although in the harem, the menu changes every day. Jared couldn't understand why this particular focus was being made, since the man in the temple had been eating the same thing for a week. Sharon suggested gathering all the members of the imperial palace and asking them to confess who gave the poisoned soup. But the high priest was against this idea, as he believed that it was necessary to preserve the reputation of Master Jacob. The empress agreed with the guys and decided to conduct a secret investigation. The first thing she did was go to the kitchen to find out who the mushroom soup was originally prepared for. The cook said that it was intended for Prince Archie. The girl wondered if someone had deliberately changed the soup that contained poison, or if it was originally intended for Archie. But perhaps the soups were accidentally changed along the way. Her Majesty began to guess who it could be. Master Brian came to her mind. But then she decided that he was not capable of something like that. But his servant could very well have done something like that. Or one of the concubines did it. Sharon ordered the chef to make the same mushroom soup as that day, and let it cool down, and let it taste like it was made a few days ago, not just now. A rumor spread throughout the palace that Jacob had eaten mushroom soup a couple of days ago and had fallen ill, and Her Majesty was so angry about the situation that she took the remains of the soup for herself to examine. These rumors reached Brian's servant. The guy was scared because the Empress was known for her ruthlessness towards the guilty. Moreover, Mr. Jacob was the son of a high-ranking official. The guy was afraid to even imagine what would happen to him if they found out that it was he who tried to harm. The treasurer reported to Her Majesty that rumors had been spread, and the entire harem was discussing what had happened. The Empress asked that all the concubines, except Jacob, be invited to the banquet hall. Harem, banquet hall. The concubines were acting as usual, seeming to have become close since the time Jared had healed Austin, and the servants were as friendly with each other as their masters. Brian felt uncomfortable in a crowded place, as always. The Empress entered the hall and began to say that those gathered had probably heard the rumors that were circulating around the palace. and knew why she had gathered them here. She called Austin over and asked him to open the lid of the dish. There was mushroom soup in front of the guy. Sharon said that each of those present should eat 2 spoons of this soup. The crowd began to riot. Remember what happened to Jacob after that? The Empress insisted on her own, arguing that Jacob was not dead, but merely ill. Austin was the first to try the soup. Then Her Majesty called Carl. The concubine also ate. There was some bickering. Prince Archie winced a little, but also ate his 2 spoons. The last one to eat the soup was Lord Brian, but he also ate it without further ado. After all the concubines had tried it, the Empress even gave this soup to all the servants and other courtiers to try. But everyone was either afraid that they would get sick like Jacob, or grimaced from the taste of spoiled soup. None of them behaved suspiciously. Sharon had no idea who the traitor was. The girl decided to walk alone. No matter how much Ethan tried to pretend to be a foreign ambassador, his first duty was to be an emperor. Even when he saw his beloved's concubines so obediently helping to carry his luggage, he felt completely calm, because the emperor was really good at self-control. Austin was very keen to learn as much as possible about the Empress's former lover. The concubine suggested that Ethan come in and have a cup of coffee. If he doesn't drink coffee, then he can drink tea. And if he doesn't feel like drinking tea, then there's alcohol. The emperor thanked him for the offer, but politely declined, citing the fact that his people would be worried about his sudden absence. Austin was persistent, not accepting the foreigner's refusals. He decided for him that they would go and have a cup of coffee. Ethan began to list all the tastes and habits of Empress Sharon. He immediately guessed what the matter was. The emperor realized that the concubine had deliberately told him his name and offered to help with the luggage, only pretending that it was a simple coincidence. Finally, he said that kisses should be on the forehead, lips, cheeks, in that order. At that moment, the Empress approached unnoticed, and both sides were confused by the unexpected meeting. Sharon, without saying a word, looked menacingly at the emperor, and he silently followed her, while the concubine remained standing in the corridor. Ethan walked and thought about how much time had passed since the last time he and Sharon walked these corridors together. He hoped that she was thinking about it now, too. Finally, she turned to the guy and asked why he didn't tell her. The emperor didn't understand whether it was really so important now. She hated traitors, which she told her ex-lover, but he sarcastically said that no one liked them. Her Majesty was serious. Since Ethan knows everything, then why does he lie all the time? She asked him. The guy began to justify himself, saying that her concubine approached him first and offered help. Emperor Vallejo noticed that Austin was wagging his tail to get her love, and he was also very good at taking advantage and hitting her in the heart. Ethan continued his monologue, not letting Sharon say a word. He believed that a bad master is one who only takes but does not give love in return. And that is what happened with the Empress's harem. Having gathered handsome men around her, she could not give even a piece of her love, because none of them had the same brown hair and gray eyes as him. Ethan concluded. Sharon just remained silent. After some time spent in complete silence, Her Majesty told him not to dare to condemn Austin so unceremoniously, since the concubine was ready to die for her and was only trying to be loved. Unlike Ethan, who knew his love was following him and took advantage of it so brazenly. However, Sharon hoped that the guy would no longer spend time with her men. The conversation with Ethan worried the Empress and deprived her of sleep, but she decided to focus on current affairs, and time flew by. The individuals who were helping Fred with outside force were still unknown, so Her Majesty decided not to focus on just one thing, especially since the delegation from Vallejo would soon be leaving, and she would be able to live as before again. The commander asked Sharon if everything was okay. She replied that she was, but she needed to take a little walk to digest everything. Gordon said that he would go with her. Walking through the garden, Her Majesty touched the grass. It was the same grass from which Ethan once made her a ring. At that moment the girl realized that she still had not forgotten him. Sharon burst into Jacob's room. The concubine was already asleep. Waking up suddenly, he did not understand what she was doing there. The Empress said she missed him. Pulling him towards her, she kissed him passionately. The kiss was long. During the kiss, the concubine felt something wet on his face. He looked at Her Majesty. She was crying. Jacob decided that she disliked kissing him so much that she started crying. But the girl began to shift all the blame onto him. So instead of answering her, he pulled away. The Empress thought about Jacob's presence in the harem. Because he is here because his father put pressure on him. She spends her nerves on the guy, since he is the son of a high-ranking official. But Jacob himself may be uncomfortable, even with the fact that she came here. Sharon stood up to leave. She told the concubine that if he didn't like it, then so be it. A servant immediately ran into Jacob's room. He informed the master that when Her Majesty left the room, she was agitated and asked him to console her master. The gentleman grinned, not believing that the Empress could be worried about him after she had been so disgusted by kissing him that she had even started crying. The girl didn't want to continue this quarrel in the harem any longer, so she pretended that nothing had happened. She couldn't shake the feeling that Ethan was watching her, or so she imagined. It turned out to be true. The Emperor was indeed watching Sharon. When she went out onto the balcony, she saw no one under her windows and thought that, of course, he wouldn't be watching her. Otherwise, how long would he have to stand there? Ethan regretted coming to Colombia. He himself no longer understood what he wanted to check when he came here. In the corridor, the Emperor met his knight, who reported to him that Empress Sandra continued to talk nonsense about Caleb having returned, and that the death of her maid was also the work of Prince Caleb. Sandra's father was sure that his daughter had a fever, and that she herself did not understand what she was talking about due to her clouded mind. Ethan decided it was time to return home. Sharon was walking through some dark place where not even light penetrated. She did not understand whether it was a dream or reality, but it was very cold in this place because it was underground. She walked and walked, and the landscape around was still the same. This place was very similar to a labyrinth. A man in a fox mask appeared in front of the Empress and put his finger to her lips, indicating that she should remain silent. The guy suddenly began to undress. After he took off his robe, he threw it over Sharon, as if trying to hide it from someone. Through the fabric, she saw her half-brother. Was he really alive? He walked and talked to those around him in masks. The conversation was about his mother, who was locked in the tower, and about Sharon herself and her bad character. He believed that the Empress was mocking his mother. The prince said that he must save her. Taking the mantle off the Empress, the fox said that her time had not yet come, and he would take the girl to the palace. Her Majesty was so angry that she tore the mask from the stranger's face and revealed her concubine, Lord Brian. The Empress woke up in the park on a bench. Brian was standing next to her. The girl was confused. She did not remember how she ended up there, but the concubine said that he got up early, decided to take a walk, and saw her lying there. The doctor arrived, and Carl came with him, examined Her Majesty. The doctor did not notice any injuries, except that Her Majesty was walking around barefoot and in light pajamas. The concubines volunteered to escort the girl to the palace, but she decided to go with the king of mercenaries. Carl carried the Empress on his shoulders. Sharon felt sorry that her lover had to carry a person practically on his chest, but it was quite comfortable. Her mind was occupied with the fox. Why did he save her twice? At first, she thought that this guy was trying to scare her, but if this incident was just a dream, Her Majesty did not understand why the fox saved her in a dream too. The concubine asked the Empress if she remembered that all possible flowers grew on the sides of the stairs, and when going down the steps, one could see how their house connected to the lake. The lady wet her feet there and played in the water. But not hearing an answer, Carl realized that Her Majesty was sleeping, and it was unlikely that she remembered all this. Her Majesty was informed that her elder brother Leon had arrived. Upon receiving the letter, he came immediately. as he was worried that something serious had happened. Since his sister was asking him to look after state affairs, Sharon said that she was going to visit Vallejo. Leon was very surprised. He immediately thought that it was because of Ethan, but the girl began to deny this fact, but did not know whether to tell him the real reason or not. The Empress didn't know if everything would be okay if she told her brother about the old map and that warlock spy. It wasn't that she didn't trust him, but that there was still a lot to learn and figure out. The prince accepted the fact that his sister was hiding something and asked how she was going to get there. Sharon said that she would go with the delegation. Strengthening friendly relations between the delegations was a valid reason for the visit. Leon looked very displeased. Sharon asked if he was aware that there were very few people who reacted to her words the same way he did, and his brother replied that a loyal servant would not give up being straightforward, even if it spoiled the Empress's mood, especially since she was his sister and he was worried. At such moments, she wanted to live with her older brother and mother as before. Leon was interested in how long Sharon would leave the state for. Her sister did not plan to spend a long time in Vallejo. Although the process of searching and deciphering the map was a little long, it seemed to her that finding the place from the map would be much easier. The prince thought for a moment, and after a few seconds, asked her if she wanted to go there secretly, because if it didn't take much time, then it was worth the risk. Come to think of it, Ethan also came secretly, disguised as an ambassador from the delegation, and it wasn't for long, so it wasn't a bad option. Leon believed that if the Empress, who had just ascended to the throne, went with an embassy delegation without a special reason, then her authority might be shaken a little, especially since she still had not dealt with the remnants of Fred's followers. There was something else that the prince thought the Empress should be wary of. If she finished in a few days, how she was going to secretly return without causing trouble. With Brian's birthday less than 2 weeks away, Sharon decided to take care of the matter upon returning from Vallejo. The prince approached the knight guarding Her Majesty's chambers and asked him to help his attendant with the luggage, as it was too heavy. The knight, fearing that he would have to leave his post, agreed. Sharon crept quietly through the corridors of the palace and jumped out the window. She remembered her childhood, as in childhood she was better at disobedience in the imperial family. Having sat down in the carriage, Her Majesty began to memorize the entire map while there was time, because it was unknown what could happen during her trip. She found the number 3 on the map. Brian helped her decipher almost the entire map, but she didn't even think about this number, especially since it would be difficult to understand its significance. There was some kind of sharp drop-off. The road was very steep. Sharon thought that, at this rate, the wheels would fly off before reaching their destination. A few seconds later, it happened again. The knight transporting Her Majesty reported that the wheel had come off. He had a spare one, but it would take time to change it. While waiting, the Empress enjoyed the night sky. The last time she allowed herself to do this was a long time ago. The sound of hooves was heard, and Sharon decided to hide, so as not to be accidentally noticed and recognized. Judging by the sound of their hooves, there were 2 of them. The knight suggested asking them for help if they were not enemies. Her Majesty agreed. But judging by the pace at which the horses were racing, the people were in a hurry somewhere. The riders slowed down. Seeing the predicament, they offered to help. The voice of the man who spoke seemed very familiar to Sharon. She certainly couldn't have imagined that in such a situation she would end up in the same carriage with Ethan. The Emperor was ready to hear her story about what she was doing here, since only those who urgently needed to get to Vallejo traveled along this bumpy road at night. The guy suggested that Sharon was going to hide her trip to Vallejo until the very end. The girl muttered discontentedly that it had nothing to do with him, and she certainly did not intend to cause him any harm. Ethan smiled, saying that even if she did harm him, he would be able to turn a blind eye to it to some extent. Her Majesty asked him to stop talking nonsense, and that she would leave here very soon. The Emperor was surprised that she was not heading to the capital, but Sharon asked to borrow his carriage and try to find out everything along the way, but she still wouldn't tell him anything. A village near the border of Vallejo. Although the Empress received help with the repair of the carriage, she still did not want to leave any traces of herself here. It was unexpected, but from now on, Sharon decided never to ride in the same carriage with Ethan again, and she didn't want to sit face to face with him while traveling either. Or perhaps the fact that they were riding together was an opportunity given to them for the last time, Her Majesty thought. As an empress, she told him everything she was going to, and now she had to quickly find the thing that was marked on the map and return to Colombia. As it turned out, the climb was quite a long one, and Sharon thought that she might have to set up camp here today. The knight found the entrance to the cave and then got fire to light it. The man was not only good at flattery, but also did his job well. The Empress was definitely lucky to have him. If you believe the fairy tales or legends, then all sorts of traps must be installed in the dungeons. Because, as they say, only by passing difficult trials can you get treasures. The knight noticed that there was a lot of humidity in the cave, but overall everything was fine. The cave seemed quite ordinary, but an old map of the ruined country that was put up for auction, and the intruders who tried to get it, did not give Sharon any peace, so the dungeon could be as dangerous as in old fairy tales. It seems that Her Majesty has found what she was going for. She was surprised. Was that all? She got here, and nothing happened to her. She didn't want to be a little naive, but it was even good. Even if you pretend it's an old thing, it looks like no one has been here to replace it. Having opened the box, the Empress was even more surprised. There was a mask lying in front of her. She noticed something strange. Unlike the box itself, it looked like something new, just made. Could it be that the enemies had gotten ahead of her and replaced the contents? The knight asked to see the mask. It was probably already dark outside, so they should find a place to camp inside here, Sharon thought. The knight called out to her, and turning around, the Empress saw a completely different person in front of her. The guy began to apologize, justifying himself by saying that no matter how you looked at it, the mask looked completely ordinary, so he decided to try it on. Finally, Her Majesty understood the essence of this mask. The knight's face changed as soon as he put on this mask, but he did not even understand anything. The mask was a face-changing one. Its location was really worth hiding on a dubious old map. Her Majesty gave no sign that she understood the meaning of the mask, saying that it was worth taking with her and showing to the scientists. The next day, after the night in the cave, Sharon was going to show this mask to the scientists, but she couldn't give them something so interesting right away. She didn't even know if she could somehow use this thing to figure out the intruders. The Empress thought of Gordon, that he would be angry when he found out that she had gone so far in all this and not told him anything. So upon arrival, she made the decision to tell him everything. Upon returning, everyone in the palace went crazy after looking at the Empress, and she could not understand what was going on at all. In the corridor, she saw a completely different girl in front of her, but very similar to her. At the same time, in Vallejo, the first thing Ethan did, after secretly returning with a delegation from Colombia, was to examine the updated interior decoration of the imperial palace in honor of the change of season. The brilliant sculptor, who decided to make a name for himself for the first time in a long time, created this masterpiece for 5 whole years. Having removed the cloak from the statue, in front of the emperor was his love, Empress Sharon. The sculptor immediately hesitated. Something was wrong. This was clearly not what he created. It looks like the dye didn't wash out well from Her Majesty's hair, but she prepared it quickly, so it will most likely need to be washed out for a few more days. The emperor didn't understand. Even after washing off the makeup, his face looked different. Sharon said that magic had changed him. Ethan wondered what had happened that made her disguise herself as a statue and look for him, because after their meeting at the Vallejo border, he assumed that Sharon would finish her business and return to Colombia. She did return, but her brother betrayed her. About 2 weeks ago, when she left the carriage with the emperor at the border of Vallejo, and they separated. After that, Sharon, as she said, finished her business, and returned to the palace. But something happened. There was some commotion in the palace. It turned out that at the same time a fake empress, with exactly the same face, was pretending to be Sharon. They would not be able to recognize her like that. So first of all, she met with the knight who accompanied her. They went to where Her Majesty had stopped just before entering the palace. While they were gone, Your Majesty's servants learned that Sharon had fallen ill and would be resting alone. Everything was exactly as she had said before leaving. When Prince Leon left the room, the warlock bewitched Her Majesty with his magic. It seems to be a witchcraft in which they steal the appearance of a weakened person and try to take his place. The other day, a spy who visited the old man, who died a violent death, was cursed and killed. The Empress's desire to prepare for atrocities now tied her hand and foot, and it was precisely Leon who prevented her from making the official diplomatic visit that Her Majesty was planning. The knight was amazed. Could it be that the Empress's brother had planned everything from the very beginning? Sharon didn't have time to be angry now. She had to act one step faster than Leon. Her Majesty warned the knight that if her brother and the false empress were in cahoots, they would try to arrest him too, because he was the very person who could prove the empress's true whereabouts that day. Therefore, she ordered him to immediately leave the capital and find Gordon. He needed to meet him before her brother did. Sharon herself decided to return to the imperial palace to check something. The girl pretended to be a servant. There is always room for workers in the imperial palace, and that is why servants are recruited to the imperial palace every 3 months. Sharon changed her face with magic and made herself a disguise that suited her status. It was not difficult since she knew the whole hiring procedure, so everything was taken care of. Asking someone to write a letter of recommendation, preparing the necessary documents before the interview. All this was done in one fell swoop. Only this false empress knew much more about her than Sharon thought. It felt like she was looking in a mirror. As a result, the interview passed without incident, and Her Majesty received notice of acceptance. The head of the maids gave Sharon an order. Recently, Her Majesty had suddenly become unwell, so it was not worth getting on her nerves. She brought a wet towel to her room and found her concubine Carl on the bed next to the impostor. The impostor said that it was necessary to think about the criminal as soon as possible, but she did not know what to do because there were no records on this case. The concubine took her hand and assured her that she could rely on him and that he was always on her side. Sharon now realized that Carl knew the Empress was a fake. She had previously reproached him for this, but he insisted only more on calling her mistress. The Empress lying in bed, the concubine exclusively called Your Majesty, and even several times. Carl met with Prince Leon. The latter asked how his sister was feeling. Right now, Sharon would like to tear that shameless mug to pieces, but it was not yet time to butt heads with her brother. The Empress needed to meet with Carl as soon as possible. She came to the garden, where he often walked, and began to wait for him. Someone called out to her from behind her. She turned around and saw the king of mercenaries in front of her. She was amazed how he found her and knew it was her. The guy said he recognized her by her smell. Taking his mistress's hand, the concubine kissed it. However, she had to adapt, because the guy was the only one who knew about her secret. Sharon asked her to step aside and sit down. Because they needed to talk, Carl put his arm around her and led her away. Prince Archie watched this. He was furious, because he did not know the truth, and took it for the fact that the Empress's concubine was flirting with another. Carl asked where Her Majesty had been all this time, but she did not tell the whole truth, saying only that she had business. Hugging Sharon, he asked what she wanted to tell him. The Empress asked to take off the impostor's shoes. After the concubine left, the false Empress and Leon called her over and asked her to take off her shoes, as if there could be anything special about a pair of cheap shoes. The prince looked at these shoes very closely, which means that this is why they told Sharon to take off her shoes, and accordingly, there is something special about the impostor's shoes. Perhaps she changed her face with a magical item. Therefore, if you take off the shoes of the false empress, you will be able to find out who is pretending to be her." Charles said with confidence that Her Majesty could leave this entirely to him. The concubine said this so confidently that Her Majesty trusted him without any doubt, but she was worried whether he would be able to persuade the false empress, this arrogant, impudent shrew. The king of mercenaries suggested that the impostor get comfortable. Sharon was spying on them from the dressing room. She had already suffered enough for the guy to quickly suggest that she lie down, because if you say something like that, even the false empress will not resist. While the concubine was stalling for time, putting himself in order, the impostor fell asleep. Carl carefully took off her shoes when something unexpected happened. The false empress opened her eyes, laughed, and asked if he had really met Sharon, which was why this performance was needed, and she must be sitting somewhere hiding, watching what was happening. The empress seemed to have been doused with cold water. She stood motionless, trying not to give herself away. The concubine pretended not to understand what the impostor was talking about and began to make excuses, saying that it seemed to him that her shoes were tight. The girl said she wasn't stupid, and didn't Sharon tell him what would happen if he took off her shoes? The empress was very angry that she had been deceived. She realized that the shoes were bait to lure her. The girl decided to come out of hiding, showing herself. Seeing her, the impostor began to take off her necklace. Her Majesty was speechless. Standing before her was none other than her mother, Shana, former Empress of Colombia, and Sharon's biological mother. Her Majesty pounced on her mother with questions about how all this happened, why she stole her face, and then deliberately accused her of practicing black magic. The woman began to apologize for frightening her, but asked her to also understand that as a mother she had no choice but to save her and her brother Leon. Sharon didn't understand what her mother was talking about, since Leon had gone away with the great sage and was doing what he liked. Shayna asked her to calm down, saying that she could transform into the vampire lord. Her Majesty laughed. She took her mother's words as a joke. But the woman was very serious. She knew that her daughter was investigating this case, a warlock, a dead man, a lord who is reborn once every 500 years. The daughter was furious. She couldn't believe that her own mother considered her a warlock. Shana did not deny that it was possible. To be precise, the Empress was one of the main candidates for his place. Sharon couldn't calm down. Did her brother really say this nonsense to his mother? But the woman defended him, since even Leon wasn't sure, until the girl became the crown princess. After visiting the temple during his training with the great sage, he noticed the potential in his sister, immediately after he learned about the imminent resurrection of the Lord. Everything came true as predicted. Her Majesty ascended the throne, and this led to bloodshed. The mother knew very well that her daughter was trying to be a good ruler. But people were not just cursed and killed within the walls of the imperial palace. It also happened that an entire village on the outskirts disappeared. Finally, Sharon calmed down a little and asked her mother if she really wanted to get rid of her now and live pretending to be her. Shana began to deny this, explaining that it was necessary exactly until the moment they found out the truth. It turned out that Her Majesty was simply pausing. She attacked her mother with great rage, shouting that she would not listen to this lie. That is why Shane had no choice but to plot. Suddenly someone shouted that the sorceress posing as Her Majesty was here. Sharon had to run urgently. The former Empress turned to Carl with a request. She asked him to follow her daughter and protect her. This is where Sharon ended her story, which is how she ended up with Ethan, since he is the only one, along with the knight she left with, who can prove her whereabouts that day. Emperor Vallejo thought that from the very beginning, Leon suspected that the girl could be a contender for the position of lord, and now he dragged her mother into this too. Perhaps, from Shana's point of view, instead of letting Leon get rid of Sharon on his own, it would be better to try to find a solution together, because she couldn't allow the fight between her children to leave only one alive. Ethan offered to bring the concubine who accompanied her. The guy seemed to read the Empress's thoughts. Taking her hand, he said in a flirtatious tone that if she needed anything else, she could come to him at any time. At the same time, at the Vallejo Hotel, Carl approached the hostess with the question of whether she had managed to meet with the Emperor of Vallejo. The place didn't even look like there was anything buried there. The concubine didn't understand why Her Majesty was going to dig the earth there, but it seemed to her that this was where she would find the answer. On the cobblestone, she drew the sign of the Dark Forest Guild, for the reason that they said that if someone pretends to be someone else, then those who want revenge will definitely appear, and the Empress knew the secret code. The King of Mercenaries did not understand why Sharon wanted to run away. She was not a lord, and if she did as her mother said, waiting in the temple, then she could calmly return. The Empress was worried that it might take too long to find a real lord, and whether she would be able to get her place back if she meekly folded her hands. There was also a good chance that Fred, who had become stronger, would strike first while she was hiding. Moreover, Her Majesty's close relatives gathered in the temple for the sake of collusion, and after that, she could not even look them in the eye. Deep down, Sharon was still worried that she might end up being a lord, and if that were the case, would her mother still try to save her? Carl was silent, not knowing what to answer. The Empress looked into his eyes. They were emerald in color. She had heard somewhere that demons have exactly such eyes. Without expecting it from herself, she paid him a compliment. The concubine was embarrassed by the surprise. Her Majesty continued her monologue that, be that as it may, if the walls of the temple could contain the awakening powers of the Lord, then she would have been locked there long ago, probably. And the previous followers also had close people with whom they would like to calmly spend the rest of their lives. In the Empress's opinion, her mother's proposal was full of pitfalls. It was quite cold outside. Carl took off his robe and covered Sharon with it. The mistress asked him how he would cope, since his hands and feet were always cold. But the concubine assured him that everything was fine. He was warmed by the thought that she was worried about him. She gave him back his robe, but the guy didn't lose his head, moved closer, and hugged the Empress, covering her with the robe. Sharon wondered what his mother had told him before she had run away. Had she promised to make him the Empress's husband if he protected her? Carl was more ambitious than he seemed, saying that he needed to think. Maybe he would remember if he found himself in her chambers. Although Her Majesty had hoped for power and possible help, Card had a man he loved, a young girl whose hair was as scarlet as the blazing sparks. The Empress was dejected. She knew that soon everything would be revealed, and that she could not just sit and wait for her death. Carl was attacked by men in black, but he was strong enough to deal with them alone. She remembered Sharon's words about the secret code. The concubine had named it. The secret code consisted of 3 words: black market, flounder. After a while, none other than Austin showed up. May 17, Colombia, 2 days after Sharon spoke to Ethan. Leon asked his mother not to be upset. She was only doing what was required. Being a mother and an empress, it wasn't about her. Even if it had been him, Shauna would have done the same. The butler informed the impostor that Lord Brian had arrived to see her. She greeted him warmly, invited him in, and sat down comfortably, and began by asking him how the concubine's day had gone and whether everything was well with him. The guy came to talk about his birthday. The false empress was very surprised that Brian was not going to organize anything, because a birthday only happens once a year, but he did not think that he would properly organize a lavish celebration in such a troubled time. Shauna laughed. The concubine turned out to be very thoughtful. She advised him not to forget to arrange a truly grand celebration next year. The woman considered his prudence to be a good quality, but it was not enough to be the Empress's husband. Brian plucked up his courage and asked if she had prepared what they had agreed on last time. The impostor pointed to the books. She thought that the guy was able to get any book he wanted, so she prepared something more rare for him. The concubine froze in complete bewilderment. Forcing a smile, he said he really enjoyed it and was grateful. Lord Brian returned to his room, and the servant immediately rushed to him with questions about whether everything had gone well. While rearranging a potted plant given to the concubine for his birthday, he said that there were rumors that Sir Charles had run away and was now madly in love with some servant girl. They said that Mr. Archie himself had stated this, which is why everyone was whispering in the corners. The servant noticed that his master was not listening to him at all and had a lost look. He immediately rushed to him, trying to find out what had happened at dinner with Her Majesty. The Lord asked if the servant remembered the sorceress, who pretended to be the Empress, but later escaped, and he finally added that it seemed to be true. The next morning, the Lord's estate. Brian's father was angry. He thought that his son's first birthday, after appearing in royal circles, would be truly wonderful. But if these rumors were true, then something irreparable must happen. The concubine's mother tried to calm her husband down. She believed that if it were someone else, then there would be no need to even think about these false tales. But their dear Brian was not like that. The woman continued that when Her Majesty had brought down Prince Fred, weren't they forced out of their government positions after failing to distinguish themselves as much as Duke Mitchell had done? To the Lord and his wife, this all reminded him of a story from a fairy tale. It was certainly possible, but what if Prince Leon's supporters did not retreat, but took over the throne? While the Lord sat without showing his emotions, his wife, on the contrary, was furious. She believed that no matter what Leon's goal was, it could not be left like that. The woman believed that if the two of them couldn't handle it, then they needed to join forces and resolve the issue. The Lord had no choice but to visit Duke Mitchell, although as soon as he imagined that impudent face, he was immediately overcome with rage. The castle of the commander's father. Gordon's father told the knight that they had set out on their journey yesterday, but that there were more than 1 or 2 roads leading to the imperial palace, and it was unknown which one they had taken. The knight was at a loss. He did not know what to do with Her Majesty's secret message. The guy followed the commander. He thought that if Gordon was not yet aware of the incident in the palace, then he probably went along the usual path, and not along the short winding road. By evening he caught up with the commander. The latter was about to set up camp for the night. The knight was about to call out to him, when he noticed that he was not alone. It was at this moment that Gordon was informed about the incident in the palace. He gave the order to move out right now, since there could be more warlocks there who were simply hiding somewhere. If the knight continued to stand like this, he would definitely not reach the commander. But he did not know what to do. He urgently needed Her Majesty's help. Vallejo. Sandra's maid was outraged by the emperor's actions. In her opinion, he really was overdoing it. Not only did he not have to prepare for the divorce that he himself had started, but he also brought uninvited girls to the palace. In the corridor of the palace, Empress Sharon was talking with a concubine. At the end of the dialogue, Her Majesty shouted Karl's name. Sandra heard all this from the side. She could not believe her ears. The Empress invited the concubine to come in. The guy wanted to tell her something. Empress Sandra ran up to them. She was confused, asking if it was really him, Karl. The concubine looked at Sharon and said he had no idea who it was. Sandra stood there, not taking her eyes off him, and asked in a surprised tone how he didn't know who she was. Charles asked Her Majesty to come into her chambers. She agreed. At that moment, Sandra fainted. The maid attacked Sharon and Karl, accusing them of being to blame for everything. And despite the fact that they were the emperor's guests, this did not give them the right to maim Empress Sandra. Her Majesty began to apologize, saying that there must have been some misunderstanding. Emperor Vallejo himself appeared, looked at the servant, and said that she had no right to speak like that to his guests. Ethan ordered his wife to be taken to her quarters, not to stand there. Sharon thought about it. She had, of course, heard that Ethan and his wife had a bad relationship, but now she was personally convinced of it. After resting in her room, Sandra sat and drank tea with her husband. He said that excessive worry causes weakness, so the doctor advised her to rest more in order to recover faster. Ethan reminded his wife of the letter he received from Empress Sharon. He continued that, in fact, not long ago, the girl had secretly sent her confidant to properly discuss this issue and these people whom Sandra had encountered in the corridor. The emperor also said that, in truth, only one is close to the Empress of Colombia, and the second is her lover. It had to be something serious, so Sandra suggested discussing it the following morning. Sharon stood in the garden and thought about how, as soon as she first moved into the same room with Carl, he dreamed of his beloved again. It was beyond comprehension and already resembled some kind of play. Her thoughts were interrupted by footsteps. She looked out and saw some guy. He looked strange and walked as if he was hypnotized. Having discovered the surveillance, the guy transformed into some kind of monster and attacked the Empress. She began to fight back. Strength arose in her from surprise, and she easily fought him off. As soon as the monster received a counterattack, it immediately ran very quickly into the forest. It was almost impossible to catch up with it. Sharon noticed Carl heading towards her. The Empress was not in the room, and he decided to go out into the yard to look for her, when suddenly he heard some noise. She said that she couldn't fall asleep and decided to take a little walk, but then she noticed a suspicious young man and chased after him. He was clearly not an ordinary person. The concubine began to be indignant at her recklessness, and to calm him down, Sharon took the guy by the hand and led him back to the palace. The next morning, from the very morning, the situation was not what it should be. If Sharon had not known who they were, she would have probably thought that they were not a spouse, but enemies. Sharon introduced herself as a secret envoy of the Empress of Colombia, and they had come to deliver a secret message in person. Sandra looked at Carl so worriedly that the Empress hoped that the concubine had not deceived her and that he really did not know her. Carta introduced himself as the concubine of the Empress of Colombia, and Sandra continued to stare at him. Sharon asked that since they were both special envoys, could they please keep the fact that Mr. Carl was here a secret? Ethan said it was time to finish the introductions and invited them to sit down at the table to have breakfast and discuss all the details. Although the atmosphere in the air was quite tense, there shouldn't have been any problems getting the message across. Her Majesty asked that they must have heard of a lord who was reborn every 500 years. After the elder of the priests, who tried to contact the high priest, was also killed, suspicions about the possible resurrection of the Lord grew stronger. Finally, Empress Sandra spoke up, saying that after listening to their story, she was glad that she did not consider herself crazy, because when Caleb showed up, he was just talking to her while hiding in the shadows. When her maid died and her corpse disappeared, Sandra began to believe that Caleb ate her corpse, as she felt that he wanted to make himself more visible. Sharon thought for a moment, and then said that perhaps the two of them had even held hands with the Empress of Vallejo. The Emperor didn't understand which two she was talking about, but she was talking about Caleb and Fred. Charles said that although their Majesty believed that Prince Fred was the Lord, one thing was clear: even if those two were alive, they would have to be killed again. Sandra agreed with his words. Sharon would like to resolve this issue together, but already being in Colombia, whatever it takes, they are ready to cooperate. Sandra supported. Sharon was very glad that their conversation took place and that Ethan's wife is ready to kill her lover again. The Empress offered the concubine to have lunch, asking him what he would like. Carl suggested ordering duck for lunch, which Her Majesty loves so much. The girl said that she didn't like duck meat at all, and the concubine was very surprised to hear this. Sharon laughed and asked him not to believe any rumors, otherwise he might get into trouble. Suddenly, Sandra appeared asking to speak alone with Carl. The concubine replied that if she wanted to discuss matters of state importance, it would be better if she did so alone with the lady. But if it was something personal, then as a concubine, he had no right to speak about it. After saying this, he took Her Majesty by the arm and led her away. Colombia, capital. The commander first went to the Empress's room, where the impostor was already waiting for him. She said how sorry she was that the guy had to constantly overwork himself so much. At that moment, Gordon noticed something unclean. The false empress sent the commander to rest, as she was convinced that he was fine and needed to gain strength. Leon caught up with Gordon and asked him to step away for a moment to talk. The prince noticed that the commander looked a little strange during the audience with the empress, but the boy brushed it off, saying that he was simply tired after the journey. Smiling, the prince said that Gordon must have felt awkward being so close to the empress, since it was actually a double. The commander could not believe his ears. Leon admitted that all this fuss over the false empress was his doing. The commander was furious. He did not understand why the prince had arranged all this, but Leon explained that there was a suspicion that the lord was Sharon. The reason they were suspicious of Her Majesty was because of an order issued earlier. The prince assured that if Sharon was not a lord, then everything would return to normal. But if, on the contrary, she could be imprisoned in the temple before the world was in danger. Leon knew how Gordon treasured the empress, but something else was more important now. Even when the emperor himself ordered an investigation into his daughter, it was the commander who objected to this. But nevertheless, the prince wanted Gordon to help him, to act as if nothing had happened, so as not to raise a panic. The commander said that he understood everything. An inn in the capital of Colombia. Gordon was interested in who this woman was, who ruled in place of Her Majesty, but the prince did not tell everything, saying that he would tell later. The commander was surprised by the fact that Leon was asking for help and was not going to reveal the most important cards, but something here was not clear to him. Gordon was brought his order. There was some kind of note on the plate. Opening it, he recognized a familiar handwriting. The note said that they would wait for him every midnight under a huge tree next to the watermill at the western gate. Arriving at the designated place, he saw a tied-up knight, and at that very second, someone hit him on the head. Leon was behind all this. Laughing, he said that he didn't want to do this to his childhood friend. But what can you do if he doesn't trust him? The knight, swinging on his chair, pushed the guard, who fell along with the lantern. The glass broke, and the straw in the barn caught fire. The guy did this on purpose, to save the commander. He started shouting at him to run. The knight was caught and put in prison. Leon discussed what happened with the treasurer. The treasurer believed that the guy should be pardoned, since he most likely also got caught on the hook. The prince believed that they should always be on guard, since the likelihood that this could happen in the future was high. At least that's what Leon and Sharon's father thought. Leon advised the treasurer to be careful, as one day he might be accused of aiding the warlock if he continued to stand up for him. Gordon could not betray Her Majesty, no matter how much he loved her, but he would never have conspired. The treasurer decided to immediately find the commander to talk to him. A voice came from behind the man, asking if he was waiting for someone. Turning around, the treasurer was dumbfounded. Vallejo, Her Majesty was interested in whether the assassin from the Dark Forest Guild had met with Austin. The concubine replied that he was quite experienced, so it was only a matter of time. Sharon believed that if she could meet Austin, Brian, or the high priest, she might be able to convince the other concubines. But Carl believed that the high priest was dangerous because he was a temple minister. The empress believed that this would actually play into their hands, because the high priest was not the kind of person who would calmly tolerate someone's bad attitude. The girl noticed that there were no traces of that monster in the forest, which was very strange. Sharon was still wondering if Carl was definitely not acquainted with Empress Sandra, but this question had already begun to irritate the concubine. He did not understand such a reaction from the empress, because some girl in her presence was constantly casting glances at her lover, and she did not care at all. The concubine asked Her Majesty if she was not at all bothered by the fact that he might be looking at others. Carl, of course, didn't do this, but he hoped that Sharon wouldn't just let it go, since he considered himself a handsome and distinguished man. The concubine grabbed the empress abruptly, pulling her closer to him to prove that he liked being restrained. Sharon started to run. She was surprised by such a reaction. Before, the king of mercenaries was not so impudent. In the hallway, she met Sandra again. Empress Vallejo pounced on the concubine, grabbed him by the shirt, and asked him to look at her, begged. Sharon had to intervene. She asked to let Carl go and resolve everything calmly. But the guy did not want to find out anything. After some time, she finally managed to persuade them to talk in a calm environment and discuss everything. Sandra started talking first, since they appeared in the palace. She constantly dreams the same dream, where they are together. The girl decided that this is her past life. Carl asked again if he understood correctly that in his past life, he and Her Majesty Empress Vallejo were in a relationship. She began to deny it, saying that only she was in the relationship, not him. This was even stranger. Now Sharon did not understand anything at all and asked to explain what the girl was talking about. Caleb came to Sandra again. She asked him if there was anyone else here who was not human. The guy smiled, saying that there was one strange man. Our monsters were where her guests were located. The girl bit her lip, thinking that they were talking about Carl. Caleb was surprised by her courage, because Sandra was so scared when she first saw him, as if she had never seen anything like him before. And now she was so bold that she had the conscience to ask if there was anyone like him. Ignoring his words, she asked the guy to come to her more often. Caleb remembered how Sandra had been bitten a long time ago, and then added that it was now clear who loved whom more. The next day, Carl's morning began with a knock on the door. Sandra was standing in front of him again. She immediately told him that he was not human. The Empress asked the concubine to deal with this herself. Having called Sandra for a talk, Sharon immediately asked her not to take everything to heart, and then showed that the girl was visiting them too often. She asked her not to come so often, since Sir Carl was uncomfortable. Empress Vallejo said that in her past life, she loved Charles to death, which is why she behaves this way. Sharon asked if she had considered that these might not be her memories. The Empress laughed, saying that it was time for her to go. Returning to the room, the Empress assured the concubine that everything had gone well and Sandra would no longer bother him so often. Sharon was sitting in the garden, enjoying the birds singing, when her solitude was interrupted by Sandra's maid, who asked her if she was ready for the annual festival. Her Majesty did not understand what festival was being discussed, but did not show it. The maid said that she had heard that Sharon had not brought any dress with her, so she could lend her hers to the festival. Ethan was against Sharon wearing this dress, because he sent her so many dresses, but the Empress did not want to fuel rumors and bring trouble to Emperor Vallejo. The guy thought it was reasonable and agreed. Then they moved on to the topic of conversation that Sharon wanted to talk about. She said that on the morning of the day when she met Sandra, she noticed a monster in the yard. The girl drew him from memory, showed the drawing to the emperor. His face immediately changed. The drawing was of his late brother Caleb. Sharon thought it was him, because Sandra said that the guy often visited her. Having offered to catch him, Her Majesty received a virtual refusal. Ethan believed that no one would believe her, since no one had seen the guy except her and Sandra. Everyone needed solid evidence. Ethan was planning to make an official announcement once they got rid of the fake Empress, and Sharon was waiting for someone to contact her to help her get back. The Empress noticed that Ethan was looking at her without taking his eyes off her. She quickly got ready, said that since they had discussed everything, it was time for her to go. But the Emperor intended to see her off despite the excuses. Ethan often thought that things could have turned out much better if the letters he sent had reached Her Majesty. Ignoring his question, the girl asked if he had figured out who had stolen them, to which she received a negative answer. Sharon's investigation also yielded no results, since during this period, a false empress appeared. Suddenly freezing in place, the girl shouted to the emperor that it was him. Turning around, he began to look at her, not understanding what she was talking about. The Empress pounced on him with accusations that it was Leon who suspected him as the Lord, and not her. Sharon received a prophecy from a great sage when she was still the crown princess. She has imperial qualities, but for the empire to achieve its prosperity, it will have to pay with blood. That's when it all started. That's when Leon began to doubt his sister. At the same time, Ethan first found himself on the throne, causing a bloody massacre, and doubts began to creep in. Regarding him, the prince began to think about who the real lord was. The emperor was extremely surprised by what he heard. He asked Sharon if it was really her brother who stole all the letters. Then everything worked out for her. Leon was the crown prince, and he would have the courage to do it. Ultimately, her brother did this so that they could not be together if Ethan turned out to be a lord, Sharon concluded. Columbia, all the newspapers had news that the commander had attempted to desecrate Her Majesty's honor along with the sorceress. However, this news reached Prince Leon, and he was able to prevent it. But the current location of the criminals still remains unknown. A large reward was promised to anyone who brought him to the palace alive. After reading the news, Shanna told her son that if after all this, Sharon tried to kill him, then there was nothing she could do. But the prince was not worried about this. He believed that someone had to take on the role of the villain. Father Brian's estate. Duke Mitchell had some doubts as to whether Brian had made a mistake, but the Lord was confident in his son and his sincerity to Her Majesty. In any case, the Duke considered Brian's character a little wayward, but now the talk was about starting a search for Her Majesty, if she had escaped from the false empress. The Duke believed that the younger lord should be closely watched, and that no attempt should be made to interfere in the situation, but that he should be kept as close to the false empress as possible. Brian's servant brought him a letter from his father, and the news that the latter had spoken with Duke Mitchell, and they had decided that Brian should pretend to be unaware of the existence of the false empress and get as close to her as possible. After thinking, the Lord said that he would do as his father told him, but he had one request. The concubine wrote a letter, sealed it, and asked the servant to send the letter to Jacob. Jacob immediately received a letter stating that there was a false empress in power now. He would find the real one, and in the meantime, he asked the concubine to stay away from her. Jacob's servant panicked. If this was true, then what to do if Her Majesty came to visit? The master ordered him to say, in that case, that he was ill. A few days later, Austin acted as if nothing had happened, only arguing that the head of the mercenaries had suddenly abandoned his beloved, that Mr. Jacob had locked himself within 4 walls due to illness, and meanwhile the naive Lord Brian sacredly believed in the love of Her Majesty, and that only he and the high priest were doing as usual. The concubine asked his servant to go to the kitchen and find out what was for dinner today. The guy was amazed how his master could think so calmly about food when such things were happening around him. Austin laughed, saying that he must eat well and take care of himself so that he would be in top shape when Her Majesty arrived. At that very second, a dagger with a note stuck into the tree, almost hitting the concubine's face. The note was in code, containing words such as black market, flounder, pass the cream puffs to icy Austin. The concubine, with a smile on his face, said that a false empress was currently in power. His servant began to ask where the real one was. Austin replied that, most likely, she was in Vallejo. Jacob sat at dinner looking very displeased. He was not happy with the uninvited guests. Austin and the high priest decided to visit the concubine. Jacob asked to get straight to the point, and since he decided to bypass all the politeness, Austin said that there was a fake empress in power now, and most likely Jacob was also aware of it. That's why the chief of the Dark Forest wanted to discuss this with people who knew everything. The guy had a question regarding the location of the empress, but even Austin didn't know this, or simply didn't want to reveal all his cards yet. Jacob believed that they should bring the real empress, but Austin disagreed, since Leon was in cahoots with the imposter. The high priest decided to take the floor. It was quite unexpected for him, and he was aware of the whole situation. But he had a question about how they would manage to stop the false empress. The Dark Forest chief had a plan. they would need St. Robert's help. Archie was informed that Mr. Austen and the high priest had gone to visit the sick Jacob. The prince did not understand what the servants saw as the problem. He considered them to be just idiots who had lost the favor of Her Majesty. So they decided to organize a gathering where they would sit and console each other. Deep down, the concubine thought that he was not invited because they did not like him. But he was offended that they could not even admit it. But in any case, he believed that it was not they who did not invite him, but he himself would not have agreed. Sharon was curious about what had happened to Sandra's nanny and whether her older brother was involved. The maid brought a dress for the girl and asked her not to forget to give the dressmaker the measurements so that she could prepare everything before the banquet began. A few days later, the eve of the festival, Karl was combing his mistress's hair when he suddenly began to fall asleep. The concubine asked if everything was all right, but the girl laughed and said that she always fell asleep when he did that. The dress was already completely ready. Karl asked if everything was really okay with it. Sharon assured him that it was, because she had been looking at it for so long. Palace of Vallejo, reception hall. The couple were introduced as guests of His Majesty. Those gathered whispered that the emperor was getting a divorce because of Sharon, but she wanted to avoid attracting attention at the banquet. Karl began to calm her down, promising that he would always be there. The empress joked with him that he would only be around until Lady Sandra appeared again, and then the rumors would increase even more. The girl spoke to Emperor Ethan, asking him not to approach her during the banquet. She was sure that if nothing happened during this time, the rumors would dissipate on their own, in which case, Karl asked her not to leave him. During the banquet, someone deliberately stepped on the hem of Sharon's dress, and part of it came off. Everyone began to whisper that she had planned this on purpose to attract the attention of the emperor. Her Majesty realized that this had all been set up from the very beginning by Sandra's maid. There was panic in the hall. People ran in different directions. There was a monster at the banquet. At first glance, he didn't look like either Fred or Caleb, as if he had risen from the dead. The maid and the knight began to restrain Sandra, but she rushed towards this monster, shouting her name. Sharon immediately guessed that this was the servant of the Empress of Vallejo, whose body had disappeared. She was not like those cemetery monsters, because they looked like ordinary people. It will be dangerous if the girl turns out to be a zombie. As far as Her Majesty knew, zombies are formed after an infection enters the blood. Another monster-like man tried to attack Empress Sandra. At that moment, Ethan pulled out his sword and hit the monster straight in the head. He rushed to his wife to find out if she was safe and if everything was okay with her. Sharon's mind immediately began to hope that there would be no more infected, but it was in vain, because Sandra's nanny was covered in blood when she came in, and it was unknown how many more were like her on the street. Sharon and Ethan decided that they had to stop them at any cost. The Empress ordered the concubine to pacify the remaining monsters, while she went and found a place to take the people. Among the crowd, Her Majesty noticed the main monster. It was Prince Caleb. Those present could not believe their eyes, because he was dead. But Sharon was worried about something else, that the prince was much stronger than other monsters. He had intelligence. She decided that she should hit him in the neck, but the guy was very strong and fought well. She remembered that the only person she could not defeat was Sir Gordon, and even then she won once. Also in this situation, you should approach it correctly, and the trick is in the bag. Suddenly, Sharon was blinded by a flash. At first, she did not understand what happened, but then she discovered that Caleb had escaped. The Empress sat down and thought about her mistakes. She regretted that she had not cut his throat, even though the guy had exceeded all expectations. Ethan thanked the girl for the fact that the danger was over, but she was unhappy since Caleb managed to escape. But it turned out that she had seriously injured him, and for the near future, he would probably lie low. Sharon thought to herself that it wasn't her who dealt the final blow. It all happened so quickly, but there was a feeling that something came out of her. The emperor decided to first isolate the injured and infected in the palace. It was good that the massacre only took place in the banquet hall. The people gathered around Sharon, and everyone looked at her with happiness in their eyes. It turned out that they considered her a savior because she was able to defeat the resurrected one. Coming close to Sandra's maid, she whispered words of gratitude in her ear because she cut her dress, it was much more convenient to fight. Her Majesty was interested in how Lady Sandra was now because Caleb was her fiancé. The next morning, in the ministerial hall, the emperor announced that he had foreseen that this might happen, so he had taken a number of preparatory measures, including inviting a special envoy to come for this purpose, introducing Sharon to everyone. Society now considered the girl a hero. Karl could not even imagine that they would be the first to find out about everything here. The empress agreed with him, since her plans were to first get rid of the false empress. While it was still unknown who exactly Caleb was pursuing, the emperor or the empress, one thing was clear: as long as he was alive, he would appear more than once. In the worst case, the prince will try to turn the country into a real zombie lair so that no one can take possession of what he failed to do. Sharon was informed that Her Majesty Sandra was looking for her. The maid reported to Sandra's father what was happening. She saw what actually happened, and Caleb was wounded, not by Sharon, but by his daughter. The Duke's face darkened. It seemed like the truth, and all because of Sandra's power. One day, the father visited his daughter in the temple, and the priest said that they were looking for an opponent who could defeat the approaching darkness. There was a high probability that it was Mrs. Sandra. After that, the priest asked for permission to examine her. The maid suggested revealing the truth to everyone, but the Duke was against it, as he knew that it would not end with just praise. Everything was much more serious.